Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the Risk Quotient 2020, the COVID-19 pandemic and a brave new world. My name is Park Kyung-yeol. I'm a faculty member of Graduate School of Science and Technology Policy here, Korea Advanced Institute of Science and Technology, KAIST. It's a great pleasure to welcome you all and distinguished speakers today. This conference is co-hosted by the Institute for the Public Understanding of Risk of the National University of Singapore and the KAIST Korea Policy Center for the Fourth Industrial Revolution. Today we're coming to you from KAIST main campus, Daejeon, Korea, and streaming live on YouTube, both NUS and KAIST channel. Also, I'd like to note that this event is conducted under the health and safety protocols designed by the Korea Disease Control and Prevention Agency. So now I'm very excited to have tremendous speakers today to discuss the impact of COVID-19 and examine socio-economic challenges with a particular focus on emerging digital technologies. Before we begin our main program, it's my great pleasure to introduce to you the President of KAIST, Professor Shin Sung-chul, for his opening remarks. I'd like to invite the President to this podium.
Hello everyone, welcome to the Risk Quotient 2020 conference, live streaming from KAIST. It's my very great pleasure to host this conference with the National University of Singapore. Thank you to all the speakers, audience members, colleagues of joining us today. NUS is a very special partner of KAIST, and we have very closely collaborated in many fields over the years. My special thanks to President Tan Che, a very good friend of mine, and Professor Chu Yun Long from NUS, who helped make this conference possible. Thank you to Professor Sang-Yeop Lee over there and Professor So-Young Kim over there at KAIST for your hard work. This conference will explore the socio-economic impacts of the pandemic to help major stakeholders in Asian countries navigate the post-COVID-19 era. I hope these sessions will lead you to think about how we can shore up resilience against this pandemic and build a new, better future together. Dearest participants, nuclear weapons, climate change, and viruses have threatened humanity for decades. Now the coronavirus has claimed more than 1 million human lives in less than a year. This is unprecedented tragedy we've never witnessed in modern history. COVID-19 is not just a pandemic, but a socio-economic crisis. While the impact of a pandemic will vary from country to country, it will most likely increase poverty and inequalities on a global scale. More importantly, the crisis is global, but its impact affects the local areas. Countries cannot solve this on their own because global crises require global solidarity and collaboration. Some say that best way to predict the future is to create it. Above all, we should rebuild the world during these uncertain times and reset the norms of inclusive and sustainable growth. Especially intertwined with the first industrial revolution, we should create new technology and education platform. Advances in technology hold the promise of a new future that is more resilient to disease and sustainability. However, the barriers to digital access around the world are both complex and pervasive. It is obvious this digital disparity will accelerate the educational inequalities, eventually leading to irreparable socio-economic disparities. I would like to stress technological breakthrough should be used to benefit us all. The private and public sector should collaborate to facilitate inclusive learning opportunities. Meanwhile, education will be a valuable platform to sustain new workforces that will need to adapt to new normals, especially for workers in the times dominated by ever-evolving technology. online education will be instrumental for upskilling and reskilling their careers as a lifelong education platform. I believe online education will eventually become an integral component of our education system. Successful education needs a full support of communities and equal access to opportunities. This is golden opportunities to make technologies more widely accessible while expanding educational opportunities. I hope this disruption will bring about opportunities for new technology and knowledge that we can leverage to reshape the future of education. Lastly, we should step up actions for a sustainable recovery. Many countries are making green measures as a central part of their stimulus packages in the wake of COVID-19. For instance, the Korean government recently announced its Green and Digital New Deal. This New Deal plans to reform Korea's economy by investing 160 trillion won, corresponding 133 billion US dollars in digital transformation, social security, and green economy by the year 2025. KAIST also launched its New Deal initiative in May with funding from the Korean government to cope with the coronavirus. KAIST will concentrate on antivirus technology, infectious disease-related big data management, and non-contact service platforms. I cannot stress enough, one single country and stakeholder cannot resolve the global crisis. We should stand in solidarity and work collaboratively to reset for inclusive and sustainable growth around the globe. Singapore and Korea are two of the major powers leading Asian countries. Both countries have played a key role in setting the new standard in responding to this pandemic. Consequently, the roles and responsibilities of NUS and KAIST, two leading universities in both countries, are ever growing. I look forward to more collaboration between our two institutions as we continue to address global challenges. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, President Shin. Next, I'd like to introduce Professor Lee Sang-yeop for his welcoming remarks. He's the Dean of KAIST Institute and also the founding director of the Korea Policy Center for the First Industrial Revolution here in KAIST. I've also invited forward Professor Lee to this podium.
Good morning, good afternoon, good evening. Thanks to President Shin Sang-chul, who just gave a very nice introduction to the theme of today's conference. I would like to touch upon just three major points for facilitating today's discussion. Basically, what are the new possibilities in this COVID-19 situation? And what are the three war fronts we have to fight? And also, I want to mention several things in the context of the fourth industrial revolution. We are experiencing unimaginable pain, and our lives have been turned upside down almost by this pandemic. We have never imagined this, and as the New York Times columnist said, we have to change BC AD into BC and AC, before and after Corona. So the transformation is significant. But let me start with some good news, at least one. Early this year, we have seen very nice climate change in the positive way. As you can see here, hundreds of millions of residents of megacities like Delhi, Beijing, Shanghai, Wuhan, they have seen clear blue skies and breathed cleaner air for the first time in almost decades. In Kathmandu, the Nepal's capital, the residents for the first time in quarter century saw the mountain Everest in all its majesty. All this follows decades of massive urbanization, ecological devastations, and fossil-powered development and our heavy dependence on fossil resources. The impact of such development obviously leads to high price, including climate change, which we now call climate crisis. Also, unprecedented environmental disasters accompanied with extreme weather events, such as recent floods in Korea, China, Sudan, and also massive wildfires in Brazil, US, Australia, among others. Basically, we have to go through a lot of procedures to tackle all these problems. But let me focus just 3 urgent questions. First, how fast can we get a vaccine or therapeutics to beat this COVID-19 pandemic? Second, how can we rebuild a greener, inclusive, and more sustainable world in the post-COVID-19 era? Third, can we really avoid using fossil resources so that we can better cope with climate issues and also environmental problems? The war on 3 fronts, I want to call it 3 C's. That's how to conquer COVID-19, how to cope with climate change, and how we establish a clean economy. Korea recently announced Digital New Deal and the Green New Deal. I'll focus more on the last 2 items because we will eventually develop vaccines and therapeutics for COVID-19 and upcoming other infectious diseases. I propose, based on Korean government's recent announcement, that not just Korea, but all the countries require some form of digital New Deal, and this is based on 3 fundamental premises. First, COVID-19 has supercharged the digital transformation, as we all agree. In turn, this is rapidly moving us to what I call the hybrid tech. I'm sorry to make a new word, but this one represents the best scenario of this COVID-19 situation and the post-COVID-19 situation. Obviously, due to this pandemic, we were in the mode of untact, so no one meets each other. But obviously, we cannot do that in this social life. So there is an untact, which is online contact, which is basically prevailing. However, we cannot just rely on untact. Sometimes we have to meet and hug each other, kiss each other, talk to each other in person and face-to-face. So that's where hybrid tech comes into play, where we have to optimize how we're going to do the real contact and also online contact. So these transformations lead us to all spheres of our lives, including healthcare, education, business, trade, global supply chains, naming a few. However, the reality is that while some countries have capacities to leverage the latest technologies for a hybrid contact world, others don't have the infrastructure and power to do so. This means a massive continental drift where a widening digital divide in which one world has been turbocharged ahead while the others remains in massive inequality and economic chaos and ruin. And this problem needs to be addressed together. Second, this hybrid tech transformation presents unparalleled leapfrogging opportunities to inclusive economies in emerging countries by strengthening the digital cores that interlink the global economy. For instance, new models of education deliveries, such as massive open online courses, present the education sector in developing countries with opportunities to leapfrog the traditional, rather costly models that privileged the rich. The same applies to other sectors like agriculture or banking in emerging countries. Thirdly, the COVID-19 pandemic has triggered mass unemployment, which arrives at a time massive inequalities and when jobs and economies are undergoing rapid digital transformations. However, such transformation also implies that states will create new and even better jobs, workers will have flexible working schedules like we are having now, and also families working from home will spend more time together. In the past, the governments played a path-breaking role in creating science-based economic potentials. I thus suggest that by embracing the original responsibilities of path breakers, governments will open new possibilities of the 4IR. Last question is how we're going to avoid using fossil dependence. Obviously, use of fossil resources and our heavy dependence mainly contribute to the climate change and climate crisis we are experiencing. Around the world, much progress is being made on this front, including renewable energy, change to electric powers, solar powers, hydrogen powers, wind powers, etc. At KAIST, a number of centers and institutes are working together on developing biochemical engineering solutions, including re-engineering microorganisms to produce chemicals, fuels, and materials from renewable resources or even from carbon dioxide to reduce our dependence on fossil fuels. Also, we are developing various technologies to reduce energy consumption and energy waste while we are upgrading the energy efficiencies, etc. All these efforts will lead to achieving a better and sustainable societies in post-COVID-19 era. In conclusion, ladies and gentlemen, I propose that 3 C's, conquering COVID-19, coping with climate change, and enabling cleaner economies are intricately linked and have to be addressed together. We cannot just focus on solving one while ignoring the others. We should fight on all 3 fronts together. That is finding a vaccine and therapeutics for emerging pathogens, and the digital and social transformation of our societies, and greening our economy programs. That way, we'll create a world where we don't just breathe clean air in our cities, have clear blue skies, and create more inclusive and sustainable economies. I want to thank you and hope to have a wonderful time today in this wonderful conference. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Lee. Now we will continue with the welcoming speech. I'm very happy to have Professor Zi Yun-ryung from National University of Singapore. She's also the Director of AI Technology in Artificial Intelligence Singapore. Professor, are you being with us?
Hello.
Great. It's a great pleasure to have you here. Now we will listen to your welcoming speech.
Thank you. Good morning, KAIST President Professor Shin, Dean Lee, colleagues, distinguished guests, and ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to this 3rd edition of the Risk Quotient. And on behalf of the co-organizers from Singapore, this year the conference is being held at KAIST, as you have known. And many of us are participating online, mainly due to the COVID-19 pandemic. And indeed, the pandemic has changed many different aspects in our lives, and has also presented a new slate of challenges that technologies can be innovatively employed to address. For example, AI and machine learning technologies have been effectively deployed and also help facilitate, scale the work processes and also operational processes in crisis response to help monitor, understand, and also predict disease spread and disease progression in different communities in different places, to help speed up research in, for example, vaccine development, and enable early detection and diagnosis based on a large number of radiological images with unknown patterns beforehand. and also to help in select and also to measure the cost effectiveness of different experimental treatment regimes and optimize resources, all the way to help to plan and implement for recovery in different communities. But many studies actually have shown that the effectiveness and usefulness of these technologies and applications are a bit different and not the same as in the pre-pandemic times. And this is because there are many additional challenges and risks involved in the dynamic and uncertain and often resource-limited situations. For example, the rigorous, systematic and comprehensive data management plans, verification and validation, and user acceptance tests and training and processes cannot be carried out as before. And therefore, some of the technologies and innovations just have to be developed and also deployed very quickly with an acceptable level of risk. And indeed, the challenges are not technical alone. Just for example, in the use and deployment of context tracing technologies in helping to quickly recognize and also to contact the high-risk patients who might have contracted the diseases. It has been shown that contact tracing technologies or digital proximity technologies could be very useful, especially in cases where there's an efficient and also comprehensive system for test and trace. However, even the technologies are, technically properly developed. There's a lot of challenges in supporting its effective deployment and use, mainly because the assessment and communication and management of the risks involved to the different stakeholders are quite difficult to achieve. For example, on the one hand, there are risks for inappropriate development and use of such technologies. And to mitigate such risk, the World Health Organization has issued a set of guidelines on the main functionalities and also requirements with special attention to privacy protection, accuracy, accountability, and the time limitation and scope of use. On the other hand, even when the technologies and the systems are properly developed and conform to all the specifications, the technical requirements, many users have to be convinced to adopt such technologies for contact tracing to be effective. And it is indeed quite surprising that even in societies where technology is viewed favorably by the public and also believed to be very useful in the functionalities in improving all aspects of life, such convincing is not easy. For instance, in a recent report, in a 2019 report by the Pew Research Center, public views of AI and technology impact are generally found to be more positive in the Asia-Pacific region. And Singapore and South Korea in particular, the public opinions on AI were the most positive among the 20 countries surveyed. However, even so, in Singapore, when the government introduced the contact tracing application in March, the original take-up rate was not high, and only is through months of efforts in risk communication and education and also public outreach, together probably with some legislative tools in targeted situations, that the participation and take-up rate has improved to hopefully to make the contact tracing applications and the whole systems to be effective in managing the pandemic response and recovery. So far, we have learned two main lessons in all these observations. First of all, COVID-19 has definitely accelerated the fourth industry revolution, as it has actually encouraged and also necessitate the transformation from entire societies, industries, and markets towards adopting digital technology. And as Dean Lee has mentioned, to live in a world where there is contact, that's important. And these rapid developments have taken place under exceptional conditions. And therefore, as we adjust to the new normal, we see that trust and perception towards the technologies will have a greater influence and impact towards the effective adoption. And proper oversight will be needed to mitigate the potential negative effects and, of course, to prevent the erosion in this test and goodwill that has been built up to support the effective adoption of technology. And to build trust, we believe that responsible innovation, digital competency, and also risk communication are most important and critical in a new normal to support resilient pandemic response and recovery. And what do we mean by responsible innovation? The focus is definitely on to incorporate the relevant ethical, governance, and regulatory considerations in the design, development, and also deployment of such technologies in a systematic and effective way. And the objective is to make sure that we will be able to come up with solutions and systems that work alongside humans to do good things and create benefits for society and humankind. And for such technologies, a well-assessed, well-managed, and also well-communicated risk model is essential in helping to build trust and successful adoption. So it is indeed fortunate for us to have be able to work with partners like the Korean Policy Center for the Industry Revolution to bring together neutral platforms like the Risk Quotient Conference, where we can bring together the different stakeholders from technology developers, the academics, research institutions, industry, and government sector to come together and discuss and brainstorm and analyze and propose different ways to address the challenges and the opportunities that has been brought about by the pandemic. And in addition to quotient, in risk quotient, I understand that the two institutions, the Institute for Public Understanding of Risk at NUS and also the KPC for IR, are also working together to come up with a guide for society for AI applications in healthcare. And the objective is to help the users to better understand some of the issues involved and also to facilitate better adoption of the technology. The report is going to be completed by next year, and I look forward to the publication of it. So today's program we have put together will explore the issues from different angles, various issues from different angles by the distinguished speakers and panelists. And we have participants from all over the world, and especially from at Dijon, the main conference site. And we hope that you will enjoy the program, enjoy the discussions, and also find opportunities to connect with the speakers and the panelists and also the organizers to explore further collaboration opportunities. And thank you for joining us once again. I hope you have a good day ahead, and please enjoy the conference.
Thank you very much for joining us today, Professor Liang. This marks at the end of the opening ceremony. We will now begin the keynote sessions. Today we have three distinguished keynote speakers. Now I'd like to give the floor to Professor Oh Hye-yeon, Director of the Mars Artificial Intelligence Research Center here in KAIST, for moderating the keynote session. Professor Oh, over to you.
Thank you. I am very pleased and honored to host this keynote session this morning. We have three distinguished experts who will speak and enlighten us about the current pandemic at the perspectives of economy and policy at the global and national levels. The first speaker we have is Professor Lan Xue, who is the Dean of the Schwarzman College at Tsinghua University. He is also the co-chair of the World Economic Forum's Global Future Council on China, and also a member of the Academic Advisory Board in the School of Government at Oxford University.
First of all, let me thank KAIST and NUS for co-hosting this wonderful event. I think actually it's a great honor to speak here, and I'm also very happy that indeed both NUS and the KAIST have been great partners. I participated in risk quotient events before, and also I've also visited the KAIST at the invitation of So Young Kim, who is the director of KAIST KPC for IR. And so it's really a nice combination. But of course, today my main topics on the, how do we deal with pandemic. So I would like just to focus on China's response to the COVID-19, and particularly focus on the initial part of the response, and also what are the implications for risk management. Let me, these are the three issues I'd like to just to talk about. I think here is an overview of China's outbreak. As you can see that from the early early January to until about March. I think pretty much it's there's a rise in the case, and then with pretty good control. And I think linked on
Professor
for quite some time. So that you can see that while the outbreak was under the control, but still you can see that there are still cases lingering on until now. Most recently, I think in Kashi in Xinjiang, there's also a small outbreak there. But so in a way, I think that when events like this happen, I think we always wanted to know how better can we deal with this events like this. And so some comparison would be very useful. And here's a comparison that a colleague, Professor Wang Shaoguang, who used to teach at Chinese University of Hong Kong, and so who did a comparison, with MERS, and to see, on some sort of critical, issues, how we did, this time over the last time of a major outbreak such as MERS. So as we can see that actually in terms of knowing the genetic makeup, it took 168 days, for MERS, but now it's only 11 days for coronavirus. Isolation of the first strain of coronavirus is 15 days, and also in terms of finding out, the limit, the human transmission. Again, it's 21 days versus 64 days, and also in terms of finding out indeed there's a sustained human transmission, it took 26 days. So I think in a way we can say that indeed we're doing better, but still not enough. So in terms of China's early response, I think if we use a sort of kind of a crisis management, the stage of from sense making to making the response, I think in a way that China has done a good job in terms of early detection of the virus, and basically then followed by a routine procedure of how to deal with it. I think here that without the boring with you the details, I think that indeed we can say that the health system has really followed the routine procedures of really what to do in terms of dealing with some viruses, but at the same time, in the early judgment about the potential risk of the virus, there was, I think, early errors in the early stage. They felt that there was a little or no human-to-human transfer, and that was turned out to be a judgment error, and which actually led to the slow in response in a more decisive way. But when I think that when finally, I think on January the 20th, when the national expert group, determined that indeed there was human-to-human transfer, and then Wuhan began its hasty response, and then I think on January the 23rd made the decision to close down transportation links of Wuhan to the outside world. And I think that's actually a very heroic decision, but also with many, many huge challenges, as you can imagine. And then also on the Chinese New Year Day, the central government started a leading group and established a joint containment and control working mechanisms nationwide, and then the whole country started to a highest response for public health events. So I think that actually really led to the entire country to to respond to the pandemic. I mean, at that time it was still in a limited way, but still I think the took great efforts of the whole country to mobilize various resources to deal with the potential transmission of the virus. And also, I think that Hubei and Wuhan at the time was really in a crisis mode. And so there's a national mobilization of medical doctors and nurses to support Wuhan and Hubei. Overall, there were over 42,000 medical professionals from all over the country being mobilized to support Wuhan. And also, of course, the nationwide, there's these containment strategies. The most severe is for Wuhan, the close down of the entire city. And also, infected individuals are quarantined, and also, their contacts as well. And I think nationwide, there's also reduced mobility of the general public, and also prohibition of the public gathering, and the postponing of opening school, postponing of the start of business, and promoting public hygiene and protection. So I think there's a whole combination of various kind of tools, policy tools, to on the one hand to try to save the people who are infected, but at the same time also to try to contain the spread of the virus. I think actually that turned out to have really worked after, about probably a week or a month or so closed down. So on the February the 23rd, then China began to see how actually can slowly sort of moving back to a balancing, sort of getting start to some social and economic activities. So on February the 23rd, again, I think we're talking about the role of fourth industrial revolution technology. So actually, in Chinese history, there's a first time a national televised meeting with Xi Jinping and all these national leaders, both at the national level and also at the local level, 170,000 local government officials having one meeting, and basically to see how actually China can establish economic and social order, but also consistent with the fight of COVID-19. And so I think that's a really a first time that China has done this, so in terms of really having a national meeting with so many senior leaders and so on. I think that actually has, basically provided an overview of China's early response. And since actually late February, I think to now, I think China has been trying to balance both, on the one hand, being vigilant about sort of, fighting with the virus, but also, trying to get the economy back, to order. So I think that now there's a nationally a relatively high level of vigilance and keeping track of the risk level of different provinces and cities and communities. I think if you go to Beijing, in general, I think people are quite, getting back to normal. But if you're going to, subways and so on, you do see people still wearing a mask. And on campus, most of the students in general, I think, particularly in the cafeteria and so on, they do wear a mask. And also, I think that large-scale testing was conducted when there is any potential risks. I think the most recent case is in Qingdao City, when there was, a potential of a local outbreak, and the city actually tested close to 10 million people. And also, testing on demand is also widely available and getting popular when people find that there might be some risk. Public health system is also ready to follow and to trace the contacts of infected cases whenever there's a case identified. So I think there's a whole set of still whole set of measures being implemented to make sure that indeed any potential risk will be under control. And of course, one of this is also to quarantine people traveling from abroad. So I think that there's been some discussion and see how that actually can be simplified. This is a case in Beijing that in June there was a few cases, and then it took Beijing 20 days to really sort of get back to normal. I think actually, given that we have this the part of this the theme is on fourth industrial revolution technologies. I think that indeed fourth IR tech has played a critical role in helping us to fight with this the virus. Of course, we don't have to say that biotech has is doing a great job in supporting us to develop medicine, and vaccine to fight with the virus. But also, I think that there are many other ways that it's helping us. One thing, I think from a university's point of view, online education tools has been a great help. I'm at Schwarzman College, and 80% of our students are international. So they are all spread around the country. But I think fortunately, with the support of Zoom and QUOTIENT and many other online tools, Tsinghua was able to start the online class in early February, on time, on schedule, with all the 4,000 plus classes. So that's without the fourth IR technologies, it's impossible to do that. Also, of course, big data and tracing, June, autonomous, driving, telemedicine, WeChat, and other things, and all of this have played such a critical role in supporting many of the measures that's been taken to control the virus. So I think we have to say that somehow, in a way that as our previous speakers have mentioned, that indeed the virus, this pandemic has also provided a great opportunity for us to actually accelerate the application of fourth IR technologies. But I just wanted to get back to the fighting with the pandemic. What are the lessons for crisis management? What I see is that there are some fundamental challenges that we have to deal with. I think in addressing not just pandemic, but also maybe future other challenges. First of all, is how do you make decisions with great uncertainties? I think both in China and also outside China, people say, can you actually do better in the early stage of the with the virus? So I think that's sort of the first thing, that how do you make better decisions when you have uncertainties? The other things also I think related to this is how do you move ahead of the curve? But particularly when we are addressing like public health events and so on. But here, what I see, the two challenges that, particularly I see that many of our colleagues, outside China, people may not want to follow, when you want to move ahead of the curve, because they don't see the threat. And so here is, I see the public communication is critical. Without really knowing the potential risk, people are not willing to follow what you say. And also, how do you synchronize your policies of a different location, different conditions? China is a huge country with 1.4 billion people, and to really to synchronize policy, national policies conditioned with local conditions, it's a huge challenge. So that's sort of the challenge we face. The looking back, what are the strengths and weaknesses of China's governance model? Because I think that there's a lot of discussion on this. As someone who's in the public policy area, that I wanted to just to mention quickly. I think China is able to make a decision very quickly. I think with great uncertainty and mobilize the general public response, and also quite adaptive in managing the situation, and also the strong research and the capability. But also, I think this also revealed some really weakness in China's response to events like this, risk perception and sense making at early stage, and also the local governance capabilities is also quite uneven, and also how to fully tap the capabilities of the civil society and central local locations. What are the overall lessons? I think that the risks are always a few steps ahead of human progress. So be humble in front of Mother Nature. Don't think that we'll be smart enough to be able to detect every risk early stage and to address it at the early stage. Also, there's an inherent governance failure in the control of public health risks, as I've mentioned. And third is, I think health is a global endeavor. No single country is safe until every country is safe. And the last one is the best weapon to fight with virus is science, including behavioral science, but not politics. So I think that I know my time is up. I think that, but I just want to say there's some larger policy implications that for the health. I think particularly from the Chinese advantage, but I think that maybe other countries might find useful. I think somehow health issue has not been brought that higher level of national policy agenda. Certainly, I think that in China's case, this has it's a huge lesson that now the country is taking. And the other thing is that every country must work hard to build a robust and adaptive health emergency response system. I think, of course, different countries' situation is different, but again, such a system is so critical. And the third is that there's a need to coordinate global health research so that we can be better prepared to face up with a future outbreak sometime, somewhere. I think many health experts have warned us this is not the last one. We're still going to face future more. So I think that it's the last one. Let me just say that public health education and risk communication is so critical, because whatever the policy measure you have, without the public support, without public cooperation, no policy is going to be useful. So I think that's my presentation. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Professor and Dean Shui, for a wonderful talk. Now we will move on to our second speaker, Professor Danny Quah, who is the Dean and Lee Kangshi Professor in Economics at the National University of Singapore. He's also a commissioner at the Spence Stiglitz Commission on Global Economic Transformation and the Senior Fellow of Asian Bureau of Finance and Ergonomics Research. Professor Kwan.
Good day, everyone. As others from NUS and elsewhere have already done, let me too thank KAIST for co-hosting this important Risk Quotient 2020. It is a great pleasure for me to get to speak to you alongside my good friend, Professor Xue Lan, and of course, Professor Alice Oh and Ambassador Shin this morning. But I also have to acknowledge that we live in troubled times, not least COVID-19, of course, most prominently. The title of my presentation refers to this time as the worst time to have this pandemic. And that title suggests that actually there might be other times, not so bad times, to suffer this pandemic instead. Now that's being a little bit flippant, but my overarching message builds on that idea. And my overarching message is that people, governments, need to acknowledge the choices that they are being forced to make in this COVID-19 pandemic. And the nature of those choices do vary over time. What matters is how those choices have impact, not just on the pandemic, but also on the economy specifically and on society more generally. And in this regard, my presentation, I think, meshes well with Professor Xuelan's, where I pick up the tail end of what he talked about. The large trade-off that we see today is between public health, staving off COVID-19 infection and illness on the one hand, and on the other hand, achieving economic well-being and prosperity, allowing our fellow humanity to gain control over their economic destiny. And Professor Xuelan's presentation has told us about a particular choice that China and Chinese governance has made. Across the world, different governments and different nations are having to face that same choice. And the nature of those choices is different across different parts of the world. However favorable that trade-off is, how easily we can produce prosperity without overly damaging public health, where that critical efficiency frontier is located. All of that depends on what Professor Xuelan refers to as public communication, what I'm going to refer to as public trust and the public understanding of risk. So our job here is to be clear-headed, to admit that that trade-off between the public health and economic prosperity, unsavory and distasteful that it is there, and our job is to work hard to make things as favorable as possible for humanity. Now, what I'd like to do now is to just take the time to talk about what I see the nature of that trade-off is from the perspective of the economics work that I do. Today, there are 44.4 million confirmed cases, 1.2 million deaths worldwide. Mortality and well-being at the individual level is stretched around most parts of the world at critical levels. And that's threatening and worrying enough as it is. But my job as an economist, as a social scientist, is to say that things might be even worse than that. Because the mortality and the well-being, the risk, is a problem, not just at the level of the individual, but it's at the level of a threat to social institutions. The current resurgence that we're seeing across Western Europe has made clear to policymakers there that national healthcare systems are at risk. There is a danger that the national care system will be overwhelmed. And if we say not just those words, but we try to visualize what that means, hospital beds will be depleted, ventilator equipment will not be available for everyone that needs them. Nurses and doctors and other frontline workers will be overwhelmed. Without personal protective equipment, those frontline workers will themselves succumb to the infection. And if we take the next step, there will be sick people lying in hospital hallways, sick people lying and dying in city streets. There will be panic. There'll be a run on supermarkets. There'll be a system-wide breakdown, rioting in the streets, the collapse of law and order. So when we tell our fellow citizens, be careful, you are in the weak and vulnerable sector, we are unable to communicate to them this systemic threat. And the reason that systemic threat makes 2020 one of the worst possible times to be facing COVID is that we are already facing 4 other large disruptions. Great power, geostrategic rivalry. Second, a confrontation between rich and poor within all our nations as the polemic over inequality continues to rise. Third, a rising disdain for science and expertise. And fourth, the danger that nations will close in on themselves, deglobalization, the opposite of what Professor Xuelan says we need, greater international collaboration. Now, all of this gets tied up into a rising nationalist populism. And what makes COVID-19 and this the worst possible time is that this coronavirus has become a blank slate to project the greatest of humanity's fears and the worst of our instincts. And let me finish up this part of the discussion by simply picking out one of these, any single one of those: geostrategic conflict, rich-poor confrontation, deglobalization. Any of these could be the subject of greater unpacking. But let me pick up on disdain for science and expertise as the danger, because that is where we at NUS, in the Institute for Public Understanding of Risk, try to correct. Because we must remember that going into 2020, we were facing globally political leaders conveniently pronouncing news that was unfavorable to them as fake news, no matter how much backed by science and expertise that was. In Brexit in 2016, we had the pronouncement that Britain had had enough of experts. Before COVID-19, there was a movement across Western Europe and in the United States called vaccine hesitancy, or the anti-vax movement, where there was an increasing refusal to have children vaccinated against disease. In fact, the World Health Organization identified the anti-vax movement as one of 2019's top 10 global public health threats. And all of this comes against a large background of a systemic weakening of political institutions that grew in many parts of the world, even before 2020 and COVID-19, a mistaken belief that democracy meant that my ignorance was just as valid as your learned scientific expertise. There was a fall of rational thinking. There was an insidious undermining of rule of law. Public understanding today of risk, of science, is more important than ever. Let me finish up because my time is limited. Let me turn now against this background to trying to understand what's happened. On the economy, we have seen a collapse of the global economy and world trade. World trade volumes has dropped by 20 percentage points since the beginning of 2020. Of course, that's not as bad as the 2008 global financial crisis, but hang on, we're not finished yet, because today, across different parts of the world, excepting China and excepting my own nation here, Singapore, in many other parts of the world, there is a resurgence of COVID-19 infections. World GDP has turned around from January 2020's expected 3% growth to, in June, minus 5%, an 8 percentage point turnaround. China has actually seen a return to positive economic growth. China is the only major economy where that's happening. Hundreds of millions of people still stand at risk of being thrown into unemployment. In the United States, US unemployment rates went from the lowest they had been in 50 years to the highest they had been in 90 years, all within the space of just 60 days. We are in still a very dangerous situation. Let me finish up. Economics is the basis for thinking about that trade-off, and economics must change. The public understanding of risk must help us in this. In the 50 seconds or so that I've left allocated for myself, let me take us through a number of ways in which economics might change, and then I'm done. First is, we need to get economics to stop fetishizing over winning, over superstar winners. Stop fetishizing over all-out efficiency, and instead start thinking about weakest link resilience. Start putting in place robust economic and social systems for dealing with the situation they were in. I am immensely grateful for the scientific work that Professor Xue Lan and others have described, taking us forwards in our understanding of vaccines and cures. But at the same time that all of that is going on, we need also to take care of the general public. And that general public needs a robust economic system, not superstar winners. Second, we need to fast forward transformations in digital infrastructure. The president and previous speakers spoke about the fourth industrial revolution, how that will bring this in place. And that's exactly the right thing. This will help make the global economy, make all our economies, I hope, more inclusive, more public. And being more public, it will reduce income inequality. Third, we need to consider the possibility that Southeast Asia's super cities, and that means Seoul, that also means the possibility of other cities around Asia. We need to think about these cities no longer being the concentration of economic activity and prosperity that historically we have thought them to be. We used to say geography is destiny, and so we allow cities to become congested places because that raised productivity and that was the destiny. But really, when it comes to COVID-19 and similar things, it's not geography that's important, it's density. It's people working closely together, throwing ideas off of each other, people working cheek by jowl. And that is the worst thing possible for something like COVID-19. COVID-19 sees us, humanity, as their Uber driver and as their Airbnb hosts. Without them, without us, they cannot survive. But with us, working closely together, they propagate and they spread. This brings me to the end of my presentation. Generally, from an economic public policy standpoint, we need to acknowledge that externalities and spillovers matter, as they do for geopolitics, as they do for pandemics. What happens to one of us happens to many of us. And in that world, we raise ourselves by lifting others around us. We need to become kinder and gentler. Thank you very much. Over back to you, please.
Thank you so much, Professor Kwa, for an excellent presentation. Next, we have Dr. Kak-Soo Shin, who is presently the Senior Advisor to Shin & Kim, LLC. He is also a former ambassador representing the Republic of Korea to Japan and to the State of Israel.
Good morning, everybody. At the outset, let me start by joining the previous speakers who expressed great gratitude to the organizer of today's seminar. My topic this morning is the quest for a stable, prosperous, and safe post-COVID-19 world. As you are experiencing now, the new decade 2020 has begun with a cataclysmic global war, claiming over 1 million human lives and wreaking incalculable political, economic, and social havoc. This is not a war waged between nations or other human actors, but rather a hybrid war of the microbial SARS-CoV-2 virus against the human race. Like the German Blitzkrieg, COVID-19 penetrated national borders with unprecedented speed through the global transportation network, before lines of defense can be set up to contain it. Secondly, it is also waging a stealth war as a substantial number of asymptomatic patients make it difficult to detect and prevent its spread by contact tracing. The third characteristic of the COVID-19 onslaught, guerrilla warfare, blurs the front lines as the virus lurks about in the general population. Lastly, the COVID-19 assault may be termed an indiscriminate and unlimited war as it targets its human host regardless of their age, gender, race, or wealth, although the poor, the old, and the sick with other underlying diseases do suffer disproportionately. Given its damage of a colossal magnitude and global scale, the COVID-19 pandemic will leave its marks long after its final suppression, and the world will never be the same again. The resulting economic toll, which continues to pile up, already far exceeds that of the global financial crisis in 2008 and is the worst since the Great Depression in the 1930s. During the first half of this year, all major economies except China have recorded huge negative economic growth, portending a protracted recession. Given the probable second wave of outbreaks in autumn and winter, the prospect of a V-type rapid recovery of all the economy seems remote. Worse yet is the prospect of a dragged-out pandemic lasting for years that would compel us to live a with corona world to further delay the return to normalcy with grave consequences. To win the war on COVID-19, humanity will lead sufficient herd immunity or the development and distribution of safe and effective vaccines or adequate remedial agents. As the Swedish example of relying on voluntary lockdowns with the unstated goal of achieving herd immunity, it will take a protracted time period for the general population to attain the herd protection against the coronavirus naturally. Unfortunately, it is far from certain if or when vaccines or remedial agents become available and how effective they are. The World Health Organization has focused 5 years to firmly control the pandemic, while other prominent health institutions expect its suppression by the end of next year. For now, aggressive testing and tracing of the COVID-19 cases to leave room for sustained economic activities appears to be the only viable option as we hope for the early development and distribution of vaccines or medicines. In the inevitable with corona world that will last for some time, we are confronted with making difficult choices in various trade-off situations. We should seek a delicate balance between the urgency to flatten the curve of COVID-19 outbreak and the need to keep the economy afloat in implementing physical distancing. Some states rely on strict physical distancing aimed at suppressing the pandemic, while others resort to lax restrictions to give breathing space to economic activities and perhaps to attain herd immunity. Another difficult task is how to prevent the extraordinary powers granted to the governments to combat COVID-19, trampling on universal human rights. Thorough contact tracing necessitates intrusion upon the privacy of individuals that in the wrong hands could quickly morph in an Orwellian big brother. Not surprisingly, many autocratic rulers, both popularly elected and self-anointed, are using the pandemic as a pretext to tighten the grip of civil society. Even if leaders are not seeking to aggrandize power, the pandemic raises the fundamental question about the best means to defeat it, a task of harmonizing the community interest of containing the pandemic and the individual interest of protecting privacy and the fundamental rights. Every society should do its utmost to minimize the collection or release of personal information to the extent that is necessary and proportionate. Countries may also be forced to ration its limited medical resources when a surge of patients overwhelm the health system, in effect playing God over people's lives as it happened in Italy early this year. Before canvassing the general contour of the post-COVID-19 world, it is necessary to sort out what impacts the pandemic has had on the international community. The economic devastation of the pandemic will further aggravate the world economy already deep in trouble. The world economy ravaged by the 2008 global financial crisis barely regained the pre-crisis level 6 years later, but has been haunted by the low growth, ballooning debt, and excessive liquidity mobilized for quantitative easing. Given the magnitude of economic meltdown that has hit demand, supply, and finance together this time, recovery would take much longer than the 2008 crisis. With the threat of a pandemic recession looming, we will be exposed to the chronic troubles that have hamstrung the world economy more often and more severely than before the pandemic. Secondly, the pandemic will accelerate the deglobalization trend by limiting the free flow of humans, goods, services, and capital. Since the mid-2010s, the growth of world trade has been outpaced by the world economic growth. The high walls of quarantine by states have brought global aviation and overseas travel to a halt, while protectionism has gathered added momentum. Thirdly, the pandemic will change the existing global supply chain, heavily dependent on China's manufacturing, to seek stable supply instead of cost cutting. Reshoring and regional supply chain, as well as multiple sourcing, will complement the contracted global supply chain. The security aspect of the pandemic will be factored into the regulation of trade and foreign investment. Fourthly, the need for contact-free economy will further prompt the digitalization of our life and speed up the fourth industrial revolution. This rapid transformation will have far-reaching social ramifications on education, labor market, medicine, culture, and science and technology, while making the problem of digital divide more acute and raise the job issue. Fifthly, economic inequality between the rich and the poor, already underway, might be further intensified. There is little increase in the real income of the working class since the beginning of the 21st century that triggered the anger of 99% against 1%. The uneven distribution of economic growth has shrunk the middle class to cause the polarization of politics that menaces democracy by providing the fertile ground for populism, nativism, xenophobia, extremism, and chauvinism. In addition, the pandemic will imperil the global efforts to reduce penury and dampen the pursuit of the Sustainable Development Goals due to the dwindling funding assistance. Sixthly, the dismal failure of the advanced countries to curb the pandemic, coupled with the initial cover-up of China on the outbreak of COVID-19, brought to the fore their decline in governance. The lack of global coordination and cooperation has also worsened the situation, saddling the resource-poor developing states with harsher burden to cope with the pandemic indigenously. Seventhly, the pandemic's economic hazards will bring down the world birth rate. As the pandemic restricts the movement of farmers and migratory workers, and states introduce export control, the reduction of output and the hindrance of distribution in agricultural products could herald a brewing food crisis. Last but not least, COVID-19 underlined the significance and urgency of coping with climate change and environmental degradation anew, which drove out the zoonotic virus in animal habitat to human environment. Incessant arrivals of virus epidemics warn us of the rapid rate of new pandemics after COVID-19. Against this backdrop, it is fair to posit that the pandemic would have the effect of fast-forwarding history usually seen in time of crisis in the short term, while bringing structural changes to the international system in flux through the accumulation of such impacts over the long run. Given the growing fluidity and chaos in the international order before the pandemic, the post-COVID-19 world would be more rudderless, less coordinated, and more fragmented. The most serious concern would be the further aggravation of the Sino-American rivalry, which entails the risk of plunging the two juggernauts into the Thucydides trap and the Kindleberg trap. Rising China's challenge to the US preponderance in East Asia has expanded fault lines almost on all fronts, from economy to diplomacy to security. Given the mutual nuclear deterrence, there would be little likelihood for a hard war between the two great powers, except incidental flare-ups in South China Sea, where the US carries out the freedom of navigation operation in response to China's creeping maritime jurisdiction and militarization. The US efforts to decouple the two largest interdependent economies in the world, together with the attempt to contain China with its allies and partners, could set in motion a new Cold War. Unlike the tenuous relations between Washington and Moscow during the Cold War, however, the Sino-American rivalry under interdependence is likely to become a Cold Peace or Cold War 1.5. Meanwhile, the Kindleberg trap could become a reality. The United States tends to shock the burden of global leadership in a shroud of neo-isolationism and unilateralism, while China seems to be unable and unwilling to take charge of providing international public goods. This Z0 situation creates power vacuum that precipitates great power politics and the return of geopolitics. The pandemic is advancing this tendency. The success of China's drastic measures to curb COVID-19 portends the early recovery of China's economy and emboldens the world warrior diplomacy. Being criticized domestically for the dismal failure in coping with the pandemic, the Trump administration, desirous of looking tough heading into presidential election, is blaming on China's initial cover-up and non-cooperation and augmenting pressure on China. Owing to the US flop to control the pandemic and huge economic damage, the day when China's nominal GDP catches up that of the United States might come in the end of this decade earlier than expected. Regardless of who will be next president in the upcoming election, the United States is expected to step up pressure on China. The pandemic also dealt a blow to Europe, poised to become a robust player in mending the international order in disarray. Already battered by the Brexit, the EU failed to show the clout and solidarity to address the pandemic effectively. Despite its strong reaction to China's initial concealment of outbreaks, the EU is divided over how to respond to China's charm offensive and encroachment into the weak points in Europe, as was revealed in the absence of many European states in the vote on the resolution of the Hong Kong security law at the Human Rights Council. In addition, COVID-19 will undermine the foundation of the liberal international order further that has underpinned the peace and prosperity of the world since the end of Second World War. The poor governance of North America, Europe, and Japan in handling the pandemic, as well as the peril of Japanization or long-term stagnation of their economies, augurs ill for the maintenance of the liberal international order. The rise of nationalism, populism, exclusivism, and authoritarianism is also posing grave threat against liberal democracy. If the economic recovery slowed due to the second or third wave of outbreaks, the world economy might plunge into a dim morass, making the global coordination much harder. The plight of the developing and least developed states that would suffer from the economic fallout of the pandemic could lead to serious challenges of domestic social instability, terrorism, civil war, and armed conflict, messing up the international security environment. We are not sure yet about what the post-COVID-19 world look like due to a myriad of uncertain factors surrounding the coronavirus. Many historians warn that the scale and depth of change wrought by COVID-19 would be akin to what had happened before the 1910s and the 1930s that led to the two world wars. It is urgent for the global community to reverse the downward spiral set off by the pandemic to avoid calamities. Early suppression of COVID-19 is a prerequisite for the turn of events. To this end, every effort to stem the spread of the pandemic should be based on science, trust, and unity. Political consideration overriding the scientific decision screws up the pandemic suppression efforts. Trust and unity are indispensable ingredients for effective and coherent execution of the prevention measures. Furthermore, we should fall back on humanity, environmental integrity, and solidarity in our fight against COVID-19. Respecting human life, especially the vulnerable in the society, as well as healing the sick environment, must be cardinal principles in making inevitable hard choices in our actions. Multilateralism and the spirit of international cooperation should guide the way to combating ubiquitous coronavirus in our hyper-connected world, as virus knows no border. As the epicenter of the seismic transformation triggered by COVID-19, we East Asians have the responsibility to take the lead in fostering regional and global cooperation. With a relatively successful record in combating the pandemic, we can develop and share a solution based upon a mix of Western knowledge and Asian wisdom to help save the world from the pandemic and to accelerate to return to normalcy. In this epic war against COVID-19, we must hang together, or we shall hang separately, as Benjamin Franklin famously said during the American Revolutionary War. In closing, let us stand united to overcome COVID-19 and restore global peace, prosperity, and progress with patience, perseverance, and partnership. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We heard from three wonderful speakers. I think there is a theme that came across all three speakers. First, there's sort of the negative side of things, right? So we have this pandemic. It is threatening the humanity in terms of our health, our happiness, and our economic prosperity. But then all three speakers also offered some solutions. Well, before we go on to the solutions, let me be a little bit more specific about the things you said about the problem, right? So we're always playing catch up with the pandemic. And so that means, as Professor Shui said, we're trying to make decision under uncertainty. And that is very difficult. And it's very difficult for the public to trust that decision and follow. Professor Kwa reflected the similar things as Professor Shui, but he highlighted the public's disdain of science. That's a very big issue, especially in this pandemic. And lastly, Dr. Shin was talking about globalization or global cooperation and the lack of it, which is a very difficult problem that we're facing right now. But Dr. Shin ended on a very positive or potentially positive note that we as Asian countries who are controlling the pandemic better than non-Asian countries at the moment, we can lead to achieve success against pandemic. And we can lead by cooperation among ourselves in the region and also leading to global cooperation. So my question is going to follow. You offer some solutions, the first of which is global cooperation. It's probably the most important. There's also advances in science and medicine and preparedness in terms of healthcare systems. You also talked about technological innovations of, fast forwarding our infrastructure such that we can offer online education, online e-commerce, contact tracing, these things that we need to be doing, but we cannot do because we have to be contactless. So technological solutions can be one direction. And then lastly, public support. So Professor Shui said it as support and communication, and Professor Kwa was saying understanding, right? Public has to understand what's going on and trust. So these potential solutions are there, but my question to you, the three speakers, are we able to achieve these solutions? Are they possible? Are they realistic? And if so, how do we get there? So that's a common question to all three of you. You may have similar or different perspectives on this. Let's start with Professor Shui.
Thanks very much, I think, for the chair's very succinct, synthesis of the presentations that made by the three of us. I think that's an excellent summary of what the issue. And also, you talked about the possibilities of really sort of how do we really to make the global cooperation, technology innovation, and public support to to address our current challenge. I think let me say that first of all, I think that in terms of global cooperation, and I think I absolutely agree with Mr. Shin that Asian can take a lead. Actually, given what's really already being shown, the effectiveness of the Asian countries in addressing this, I think a precondition in really having the global cooperation is the need to for the global community not to be divided by ideological lines. I think that I think it's really troubling, because I think that the U.S. China this started with trade war, but gradually now I think that we see there's a trend trying to turn that into an ideological line, trying to divide the world by that line. I think that's a very dangerous path to go. So I think that we have to be careful that we've already suffered. The human history have shown us that we've had many tragedies following that line, and I think that those days are gone. And so I think that is something that we need to put science first, put the global interest first, put the humanity first, and to really throw away our prejudice, or whatever the ideas that we may have to. Sure, we can have academic discussion. We can have politicians to have meetings or whatever. But at the end of the day, we need to address the common challenges we have. I think pandemics one, climate change. There are many other things that they are really beyond the ideology. So I think that's sort of the precondition that if we would like to have better global cooperation, I think that That's probably the first thing I would say. On the innovation, I think there's great potential that made the fourth industrial revolution can help us in addressing many of the challenges. But I fully agree with the our opening remarks by our host that while we try to push the development and the application of the technology, we really have to be mindful of the potential risks that technology might bring to us. And so, what we need to bring the sort of governance structure in place while we're pushing for the application and development. I'm also heading the China's expert committee on AI's governance. And so we will actually, came out with some general governance principles last year. And we are now pushing, indeed, try to see how while we use the technology, but also be mindful of the potential risks, including the invasion of, privacy, including the bias that, the AI technology might bring. And all of those, I think we have to be early on to fight with those potential risks. And finally, in terms of really gaining the public support, I think Danny is absolutely right. I think the fundamental issue is the trust. Whether it's the trust for the science, or the trust to the public. I think that I think it's much more challenging than the previous two. But I think that we have to, as science community, I think we have to show, to show people what science can do, and with proper care, and also we need to raise the overall level of the science literacy in the community. I think that most recent years, I think now that has become a major issue in China, and I think the Chinese cast has been doing a great job, but still far from enough, with such a huge population. So there, I think lots of work that we can do and contribute. Let me stop here.
Thank you. Professor Kwa?
Thank you, Chair. And thank you for the wonderful summary of everything that we said. It was wonderful, really, really good. If I may, to answer your question, let me make three very, very quick points. The first is that we cannot solve this public communication, public understanding problem on COVID-19 in isolation. We need to be able to solve this in tandem with a range of other public misunderstanding issues. There are public misunderstanding issues on geopolitics, on geostrategic conflict, on inequality. And science is just one of a range of problems that very unfortunately, all of our societies have allowed trust to fray across all our societies. And that's a very dangerous position that we're in. So we need to repair that across a range of them. And again, COVID-19 pandemics will be one, but we cannot solve it without sort of taking on the other issues as well. My second point is that we need to be clear again about the role of the experts, the scientists and academics in society. I think it's a wonderful thing to argue in political terms about a level playing field, about equality and equality of opportunity, and all those things we need to keep in place. But we also need to realize that for certain kinds of discussion, scientific discussion, discussions in pandemics, experts, scientific experts need to be the ones to take charge. H.L. Mencken, the great American writer, lamented how in early 20th century America, he worried that there had become a tendency to have a faith in the collective wisdom of individual ignorance. That somehow you collected people who didn't know anything and you put them all together, and out of that was supposed to come something wise. We need to get away from that. We need to get away from the idea that, that running a good political system is the same as this collective wisdom of individual ignorance. Experts need to come on again and assert themselves. And so let me end with emphasizing that third point. I think that, for so long, scientists, scholars, and many other political activists have been enamored of the idea that we must speak truth to power, that we must stand up against oppression, that we must stand up against the abuse by large corporations and large corporate greed. But I want to submit that what COVID-19 has shown and how many societies around the world have behaved is that we must also speak truth to power against the tyranny of the mob. That when enough people think that, we're not going to get vaccinated, we don't have to wear masks, we're going to not believe contact tracing is a good thing. That tyranny of the mob is also a dangerous thing, and we need to restore a balance in public trust and understanding, being fully aware that we have allowed some very profound challenges to emerge because we have not been as careful as we should have been for the last century. Back to you, please, Chair. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you. Dr. Shin?
Thank you, Chair, for your excellent summary of what transpired in our presentations. Many good points are already raised by my previous speakers, Professor Sue and Professor Kwa. I just would like to add 3 points. First, I have already mentioned in my presentation that we are just mired in the Kinderberg trap. That is, there is no major power taking charge of providing international public goods. I think the EU and other middle powers should make every effort to complement such a lack of global leadership. And to this end, the spirit of multilateralism in the international community must be resuscitated and strengthened further. And secondly, I think as 2 professors mentioned, trust is a very, very important asset for combating COVID-19. As we are well aware, trust is a social asset for just maintaining economy as well as combating disease. But to just nurture trust, we need transparency, openness, and solidarity in a given society. So every government and society should endeavor to create such environment. And last but not least, we have to be more attentive to the plight of developing and least developed states, not only in Asia, but also in the global community. They are much harder than other advanced countries with enough resources to cope with the pandemic. And maybe every country in different situations has developed many toolkits in addressing COVID-19. So those precious assets should be pooled among ourselves, especially with developing and the least developed states. Thank you.
Thank you. Unfortunately, due to time limits, we must end our discussions here. I believe that everybody in the audience learned a lot from your talks and your insightful comments. Thank you very much again.
Welcome back to the Risk Quotient 2020. Now is 2 p.m. in Daejeon, Korea, also 1 p.m. in Singapore. Now I'd like to begin the main session programs. To begin with, let me briefly touch upon today's agenda. We're going to have 3 very exciting sessions in this afternoon. First, we discuss the impact of COVID-19 on digital innovation. And the second session spotlights the impact on education and also workforce. The final session is held under the theme of technology leadership and Asia's digital economy and society. Now we have speakers and chairs on this stage from KAIST. So let me introduce Professor Kim Won-jun, Dean of the Graduate School of Innovation and Technology Management here in KAIST. He'll be the chair for the first session. Professor Kim, over to you.
Okay, thank you, Professor Park. Good afternoon and good evening, or maybe good morning, wherever you are. This session is about the impact of COVID on digital innovation. I'm very glad that we can hear today from very visible leaders from in this area. And let me first introduce Dr. Carol Soon. Dr. Carol Soon is currently Senior Research Fellow at the Institute of Policy Studies of National University of Singapore. She's also the principal investigator of the Center for Trusted Internet and Community of NUS, and also the Senior Research Fellow of Lee Kuan Yew School of Public Policy at the National University of Singapore. Dr. Soon will talk about COVID-19 and technological transformation, opportunities or threats. Dr. Soon.
Thank you. A very good afternoon to all conference participants, and I would like to take this opportunity to thank the organizers for having me on this panel. Now, this panel looks at the impact of COVID-19 pandemic on digital innovation. So it is my pleasure to speak on the opportunities that have arisen from the pandemic as well as the threats. Now, moving forward to reap the benefits of digitalization where no one is left behind, we need to address both situational and structural challenges. Now, the earlier panels this morning have highlighted how COVID-19 has upended every domain of our lives, our social lives, our economic lives, and our political lives. The figure you see on this slide presents some key examples of the impact felt at the individual level, the organizational level, and the global level. Now, with stay-at-home restrictions imposed in about 70 of the countries to varying extent, people turn to the cyberspace to carry out their day-to-day work and human interactions. Now, remote learning and remote working have become the defining feature of life in the time of a pandemic. In the initial months of the pandemic, internet use grew by as much as 70%. The use of remote desktop grew by 40%, and the use of virtual collaboration tools grew by over 600%. Now, statistics from the World Economic Forum and UNESCO reports spotlight an undeniable fact. There is a clear gap between those who are digitally connected and digitally able and those who are not. On the school front, for example, 50% of the world's student population were unable to carry out their daily learning simply because they do not have access to a computer at home. Now, encouraging figures were reported for online shopping and e-commerce during the pandemic. But the stark reality is that in most developing countries, less than 5% of the population buy goods and services online. Businesses too are not spared the disparity. Reports highlight the large gap between small, medium enterprises and large corporations. The adage, the poor gets poorer and the rich gets richer, has never been more real. Now, however, what is encouraging is in many countries, key stakeholders such as governments, businesses, and the people sector recognize the negative consequences of digital inequity. I use the concept equity instead of equality because there are segments of the population that require more of our attention and more of our intervention. While efforts have been made to close digital gaps before COVID-19 struck us, they have been ramped up in terms of speed and in terms of scale. Now, this slide you see here presents a typology to help us better understand the programs and initiatives that have been introduced. So I grouped the efforts rolled out in different countries into 3 broad categories: bridging, innovation, and bottom-up solutioning. Now, first, bridging efforts aim to reduce digital inequity by helping vulnerable segments access digital hardware and software. Now, for example, in Singapore, a government initiative called the NEU PC Plus provides low-income households with the opportunity to buy brand new computers at an affordable price. We have the Mobile Access for Seniors program, a partnership between the Singapore government and telecommunication service providers, which heavily subsidizes mobile phones and mobile plans for the senior citizens. Second, under innovation, efforts are being made to help businesses to not just survive the pandemic, but emerge stronger from the pandemic. I had earlier highlighted the digital gap between small businesses and large businesses in the previous slide. So government support, be it through the injection of funds or reskilling, is critical. The transformation that the pandemic has catalyzed is evident in some sectors such as telemedicine, retail, and hospitality. Third, on bottom-up solutioning, Rutger Bregman, in his book Humankind, published this year, debunked the veneer hypothesis and showed how human beings step up to be their best in times of crisis. As COVID-19 continues to disrupt societies, we continue to see ground-up or people-led efforts to alleviate the harms on vulnerable segments. Now, individuals in informal groups and informal groups with their close proximity to the ground are able to fill the gaps. Some examples of initiatives include Engineering Good, which involves volunteers collecting and donating laptops to low-income students. And there are also some ground-up fact-checking happening. The previous slide has presented 3 categories of measures aimed at closing the gap between those who are digitally poor and digitally rich. However, there is underlying structural inequality that creates problems. Even for a small and well-connected country like Singapore, where the government continuously develops policies to close economic gaps, there is a disparity in digital ownership and use. So the annual survey on Infocom usage in households and by individuals shows that in 2019, close to 90% of resident households had computer access. However, the figure is lower for public housing at 86% and higher for private housing at 98%. We also observe disparity along age lines. So among residents who use the internet, almost all residents aged 7 years old to 49 years old are internet users. When it came to those who are aged between 50 to 59 years old, 95% of them have internet access, but the proportion falls to 58% for residents who are 60 years old and older. And according to the household expenditure survey that was published in 2019, only 45% of households living in 1-room and 2-room public housing flats have internet access, compared to 96% of households living in private housing. And structural inequalities have far-reaching impact. At the most fundamental level, the gaps in people's ability to use technology fully for information seeking exposes them to vulnerabilities. In the case of the pandemic, people's lack of knowledge and understanding of the virus and what they need to do puts them in physical danger. So for example, people's belief in fake cures, such as the flu jab, antibiotics, and the anti-malaria drug causes harm to themselves. They also bring harm to others when their belief confers a false sense of immunity and encourages non-compliance with stay-at-home and social distancing measures. Now, this problem is made worse by people's psychological biases and partisanship. Now, we also see participatory gaps formed along income, age, and occupations. So for example, when given the same technology, people from high-income families perform very differently. I mean, children from high-income families perform very differently from children from low-income families. And according to the World Economic Forum report, only about 30% of the population in lower income economies have basic digital skills, meaning the ability to copy or move a file or send an email, compared to about 60% for higher income economies. Participation gaps, where people's ability to use technology fully for learning, for work, for networking, further widen social and economic inequality. And finally, the technology that people use to stay informed and connected to one another is also the same technology that is magnifying what WHO calls an infodemic. Online misinformation and disinformation undermine national and global efforts to control the pandemic. Social media have also been used by groups such as QAnon to promote distrust and hate between government and people, between countries, and among people. So I'm here on my last slide. So in conclusion, the gaps in digital access and digital competency have to be addressed before we can fully reap the benefits of digitalization. Clearly, the gaps are not merely situational, meaning they are not a result of COVID-19 pandemic. The gaps are systemic, and we need to tackle existing inequalities. Now, proactive measures will need to be taken. Some scholars, such as my colleagues in universities here in Singapore, have proposed for what they call universal digital access to internet connection, as well as universal access to computing devices. So while this will not wipe out structural disparities, it will pave the way for a straighter starting line from which every one of us can start the race from. Now, also current efforts against misinformation and disinformation tend to be reactive, and action is often taken after damage has been done. So while fact-checking efforts are important and should continue, media literacy efforts must keep pace with rapid developments. Now, some of the initiatives mentioned in an earlier slide are positive examples of partnerships between businesses and government. So greater integration of efforts across sectors will help fill both small and large cracks. And finally, my last point, the problems of misinformation and disinformation have put big tech in the spotlight. The current pressure faced by social media companies illustrates a dilemma between giving users their freedom and giving users their right to free speech and responsible platform governance by big tech. And I've come to the end of my presentation, and some of these are directions that we certainly need to think about, and I look forward to discussing some of these issues with the panel. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Sun, for your insightful presentation. Our next speaker is Dr. Christopher Chung. Currently, he's the Managing Director of Kakao Mobility, and he has been also in charge of developing strategies related to future technology and business development of emerging business. Dr. Chung will talk about how to run risk into opportunities based on mobility data analysis. Let's welcome Dr. Chung.
Thank you very much, Professor Kim. Hello, everyone. My name is Christopher Chang. I am from Kakao Mobility, where I'm in charge of the future strategy and business development. You may have heard about Kakao Mobility in the globe. The Kakao Mobility is one of the leading mobility platform providers whose services are spanning from the on-demand taxi platform services and driver matching services and GPS navigation and shared electric bike, etc. And today, I will talk about how the mobility data can provide us the insight and provide us opportunity to change the risk into the business ideas. So today, I share a few the data insights and will conclude with some ideas. So this is my first slide. As you all know very well of current situation, the COVID-19 introduced all the people in the globe unprecedented circumstances. As we discussed today, the way of education, the way of workforce, and the way of enjoying your own lives dramatically changed than before. Well, one of interesting statistics I found from IMF this summer. So the IMF, the World Economic Outlook shows that the South Korea has a relatively better situation in terms of the growth projection compared to other countries. And what a coincidence, yesterday, the Credit Suisse head of equity strategy manager reported that the South Korea is kind of a top pick for the investment in his listed, along with Singapore and South Australia. The rationale behind his the top pick for the investment to the Korea was the purchase pattern is dramatically changed in this COVID-19 area. For example, the before COVID area, the purchases was concentrated on the services, whereas these days all the purchases concentrate on the product itself. So most of Asian country manufacturing the products, etc., will be more robust than the others in the group. And today I can share some statistics behind the rationale, and I will show the how we can create an opportunity from that. So there are lots of data. So there are transaction data or the mobile data, your cellular phone data, and also mobility data. And today I'm from Kakao Mobility, so I will focus on the mobility data to analyze the living patterns. So the first, the shopping. Previously, the department store, the duty-free stores are very crowded, right? But these days, all the shopping was concentrated in the convenience store, retail store, and grocery stores. And another example, getaway. People are now more on the camping, valleys, and mountain hike, and national park, etc. And we can see all this kind of data from the mobility pattern analysis. And places for fun, what people really do for their free time. Rather than going to the science museum, concert hall, theater, they usually go to the drive-in theater for the more isolated places. And groomings too. Rather than going to the hot springs, a sauna, or spa, like a humid area, they rather go to the nail care shop and barber shop, like very individual experiences. And sport activity as well, the hiking, driving range, golf driving range, and fishing and golf. These are the main target in these days. And with kiddos, they go to the toy store and baby toddler retails rather than go to kids cafe or aquarium or the zoo. And this is another interesting example. So as people stay at home longer and longer, then they purchase more stuff, for their housing and for the living. And myself, I purchased some furniture and IT product for my work from home experiences. And that is my kind of excuse to my wife. And this is kind of general trend in the world. I'm not the only one who spend more money on the furniture and the electronic devices. And in the healthcare, more spend on the drugstore, the plastic surgery, psychiatry, rather than the general hospital. And also, when we analyze the navigation statistics, and we see the driving your own is the more appropriate trend. And also the traveling distances are dramatically reduced using taxi or the navigation compared to the last year, the same period, all the statistics are reduced. But still, we have like more the moving pattern by themselves. So all this, I showed lots of interesting statistics, and the rationale behind all this information is kind of simple, right? people tends to have their own isolated and individual activities rather than the crowded and the mingling together kind of activities. So life pattern changes due to this unprecedented pandemic area. So it will change the corporate strategy and government policy and probably the individual investment plan, the stock portfolio, etc. And I will talk a little bit more about our own corporate strategy. So how Kakao Mobility approached in the business and strategy. So we try to provide more information, as much information as possible we can provide to the community. And also we provide safer and more reliable transportation services to the customers. And by doing that, we try to achieve more trust and more usages and more loyalty from our clients, customers, and the community. So interestingly, last September, last month, the OECD International Transport Forum introduced the example how Kakao Mobility fights against COVID-19, the pandemic situations. So the Kakao Mobility provide information on the listing of the diagnostic facilities and the public relief hospitals, and we also provide the information of the pharmacies available of public mask, and also we provide this information as the API to the community. And also we have our own brand taxis, and in the brand taxi it is sterilized periodically, as well as we provide sanitizers and masks and etc. And by doing so, we see kind of the growth in our own businesses. It means in the previous slide I showed that in general trend, the traveling pattern and mobility pattern, it shows a reduce of traffic itself, but still the traveling is the must-have. So in such a case, the most of the traffic and the more traffic come to our services because of our information and our effort to provide the more reliability and the safer environment. So I showed some of mobility data based the statistics, and which can show how the risk can be changed into the opportunity in terms of new business or the revenue growth or etc. And so this is the slide I have, and probably later in this session I want to have more fruitful discussion with Professor Kim and with other panelists. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Dr. Chung, for interesting presentation. Our next speaker is the Vice President and CTO of FireEye, Steve Lezian. He's the CTO currently of Asia Pacific, FireEye, CTO and FireEyes. And also he has been the System Engineering Manager of Asia at Cisco Systems. Vice President Lezian will talk about cyber risk implications of COVID-19, impact on digital innovation. Let's welcome Vice President Lezian.
Hi everyone, good afternoon, and thanks for the opportunity to speak with you all. I'd like to focus on this from a cybersecurity angle. So FireEye is a company that helps organizations respond to incidents of cyber attack and prevent those incidents from happening in the first place. So I'd like to share some of the perspectives that we've seen from an industry point of view around those companies which are trying to innovate, and specifically around COVID-19. Firstly, one of the things that we've seen is that COVID-19 has actually had, in many ways, a positive impact on innovation. Organizations have been trying to digitally transform themselves for many times, and in some sense, working on it for months or years. And COVID-19 really accelerated that. It was really an all-at-once sort of forced acceleration of the adoption of new technologies to allow organizations' employees to work from home, as Dr. Soon had mentioned in her presentation. In a lot of ways, it's broken down some of the barriers we've seen, which are resistance to cloud. A lot of times organizations may hesitate to put their digital assets in the cloud. And as a result of work from home and a result of the transformation that we've seen a greater adoption of the cloud. And I'll talk a bit more on that on the next slide. And then I'll focus as well on the work from home aspects. Let me talk about the adoption of the cloud, right? So the adoption of the cloud, generally, people have very diverse views on how secure is moving to the cloud. And I would say from my perspective, generally, it is more secure if you do it right. The cloud infrastructure companies benefit from the economies of scale. And so for the same reason it's safer to put your money in a bank than under your mattress, in many ways it's safer to host your data in cloud services rather than a home-rolled data center. But those cloud services need to be configured and managed properly. So a lot of the cloud providers have what they call a shared responsibility model, where they take care of certain aspects of the security, and the customer of that cloud provider is responsible for taking care of other aspects of the cloud security. And what we're seeing is that generally the cloud providers are doing a good job on their portion. And for organizations that maybe sometimes hastily adopt the cloud, they sometimes aren't doing such a good job on their half of providing adequate security for their data and applications which are being hosted in the cloud. In many cases, it's not just as simple as using the same sort of cybersecurity structures that you have on premise, porting them over to the cloud. It's really fundamentally different. There's new security mechanisms and new types of controls altogether may be needed to properly address those challenges. When we look at the intersection of cyber risk and technology and COVID-19, one of the risks is around phishing lures, right? So the idea of a phishing lure is when a cyber attacker launches an attack via email and tries to get an unsuspecting victim to click on something they shouldn't click on or open an attachment they shouldn't open, they have to put something enticing in front of that victim. Something compelling that'll cause them to interact with that email. And you can just ask yourself, what are the things that people are most talking about today? And from that, derive very quickly, what are the likely phishing lures that these attackers will use? So we've seen phishing lures around sporting events. We've seen phishing lures around, television series finales. But perhaps most of all, COVID-19 is what people are talking about more than anything else. And it is made for a very strong phishing lure. And really, this probably comes in 3 stages. The first stage of phishing lures were about the virus itself and information about the virus. A lot of people follow the virus maps and statistics. Those make interesting phishing lures. The second phase was when countries were trying to help their citizens with economic stimulus or relief. Very much you can imagine that those citizens are interested in what are the procedures, and the cyber attackers pose as those government entities providing information on that stimulus, and that is something that, of course, victims may fall prey to. And then the third one we haven't seen yet, and that is when a vaccine is available. There'll be a very strong drive for information about the vaccine, and we can anticipate that upon the announcement of either approaching or acquiring a vaccine, that there'll be a third wave of these phishing lures used by attackers. And that's very much in the frame of cyber crime. 2 of the key motivations of cyber attacks, one of them is cyber crime, and the other is cyber espionage. And certainly phishing lures are used for cyber espionage as well. Cyber espionage comes in other ways. There's another intersection of risk and COVID-19 when it comes to technology, and that is for the espionage of information. Obviously, countries across the world are racing towards a vaccine, and I've just collected some of the headlines that have occurred over 2020, and you can see they're nearly continuous around hacking and cyber threats targeting a lot of that research going into COVID-19 vaccine. And then, of course, there's the expanded attack surface. And what we mean by this is it's in relation to work from home. It used to be the case that defenders needed to focus on defending one centralized, very well secured corporate network. And now with work from home, that's changed to defending many, probably not very well secured, decentralized home networks. And that's a tougher challenge. That is an expanded attack surface by which attackers can poke at the doors and windows and try and find an entryway for intrusion. There's a difference between the class of home networking and security devices and the corporate level networking and security devices. Even on endpoint security, it's very much the case that corporate and government networks will use enterprise-grade endpoint security controls, whereas you may have something very different on a home machine. Another aspect of work from home is around investigation. Cybersecurity isn't all about just blocking attacks. A lot of times it's about investigating leads of evidence or indicators of compromise. And that investigation is complicated by work from home efforts as well. If everyone is in an office building, it's easier for those cybersecurity defenders to get access to those machines which they suspect might have a problem. But that becomes more difficult if everyone is distant and working from home. So having a new remote capability to do those investigations is important as well. And then lastly, there's just distractions at home, right? At home, where the line between work and private life is blurred. And a lot of times attackers are, in the examples that I gave around phishing lures, they're counting on the fact that maybe you're not being as scrutinizing or paying enough attention. And with just a little bit of a distraction, maybe you won't, put enough care into avoiding clicking on that link. And maybe you'll just want to hurry through that email. And so you'll click and follow the link without giving it a second thought. And so that works in the advantage of the attacker as well. I think, though, that what we've seen generally is the risks haven't necessarily changed greatly. The cybersecurity risks in terms of COVID-19. Certainly, we've seen attackers jumping on to COVID-19 as a tactic for lures and the cyber espionage that I talked about. But 2020 has seen an increase with respect to other aspects of cybersecurity. Ransomware has been probably one of the biggest defining threats of cybersecurity in 2020. We've had ransomware for quite a long time, but the form that it's taken in 2020 has been quite a bit more vicious. These threats result in loss of intellectual property, disruption of operations. In the case of healthcare, service disruptions can be particularly concerning, financial impact, and of course, reputational risk. So I think when we put it all together, there's a number of aspects that need to be looked at in terms of cybersecurity with COVID-19. Cyber defenders are working hard to address these concerns and pushing our way forward. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Vice President Lezian. Our next speaker is Dr. Jun-Sung Park. He's currently the chairman of the Korea Software Technology Associations, and he also has been the invited professor at the Department of Industrial and Systems Engineering with joint appointment at the School of Computing of KAIST. And he has been also leading Samsung SDS as the Executive Vice President and CTO. Dr. Park will talk about COVID-19 pandemic and digital transformation in Korea. Let's welcome Dr. Park.
Hi, good afternoon. Thank you for introducing Dr. Dr. Park. And I'm very happy to be here with other panelists to share expectations, concerns, and solutions in this new normal era where the fourth industrial revolution meets the COVID-19 pandemic. So the topic I will be discussing today is COVID-19 pandemic and digital transformation, especially in Korea. Digital transformation has been pursued across all industries since early 2010s, based on new information technologies, including mobile, social media, cloud, big data, IoT, and AI. Since early 2010s, companies providing new ITs and enabling digital transformations, such as FAANG, like including Facebook, Amazon, Apple, Netscape, Google, have been leading the world economy. As you can see in the diagram on the right-hand side, in 2006, the world's largest company in terms of market capitalization was a petroleum refinery company, Exxon. The second was GE, a manufacturing company. And fourth, fifth, banks, Citigroup, Bank of America. But just 10 years later, in 2017, the top 5 were Apple, Google, Microsoft, Amazon, and Facebook. This is a very rapid changes in terms of industrial landscape, and you can clearly see that software companies are leading the world economy. So someone says software is eating the world. Now, with COVID-19 pandemic persisting, the need for digital transformations has increased to enable remote work with online collaborations, online learning, automation of work processes, digital products, digital services, and digital commerce. And if you look at the essence of this digital transformation, first of all, this digital transformation entails innovating customers' experiences and business models and the software systems supporting the new business models. It's the software system that connects smart products, people, and companies so that this device can sense real-time situations, companies analyze big data, make decisions based on real-time situation awareness, and take actions automatically. And this whole new digital business requires a whole new set of disciplines. As you can see, the picture in the middle, you need to monitor and sense using IoT, Internet of Things, and collect and prepare data using data engineering disciplines, and typically store the data and analyze the data on the cloud, and use data science, AI, to apply analytics, and then set up decision rules, business rules to make decisions, and use software engineering and information technology to automate the actions, business actions. So these many new disciplines has to be all combined to make the digital transformation successful. As you can see in the rightmost picture, that's Jeff Immelt, who was the previous chairman of GE, and he said, every company has to be a software company now. Now look at how Korea is prepared to do this digital transformation. On the leftmost picture, that's the statistics data prepared by OECD, and the percent of software R&D in total enterprise R&D is so small in Korea compared to other countries like USA and Germany. Korea probably needs to spend many times more R&D to catch up with those leading software strong countries, but they are spending so little. As a result, if you look at the graphs on the right-hand side, those are also statistics prepared by OECD in 2017. Korea was almost at the bottom of all OECD countries in terms of applying cloud computing technology in enterprises. If you look at how enterprises are applying big data analytics like AI, Korea was the lowest country among all OECD. That's a fact, that's the data. So there are companies which are very excellent in using these new technologies, like Kakao, who's sitting right beside me, but this is the average data. If you look at the average Korean companies, they are very, very weak in software and IT. That's a fact. So overall, in this respect, Korea is in a crisis as we move into this new era where everybody has to do something for fourth industrial revolution and in response to COVID-19. So what we need to do? We need a reform in our education. We have to fundamentally change our educational system to support digital transformation. The most importantly, the education of software has to be strengthened a lot more than today, because software is a glue that connects all other IT components, such as IoT, big data, cloud, AI, operation technologies, information technology, people, things, and companies. Programming should be taught from K to 12, because according to a survey, successful software engineers in like Silicon Valley typically started programming in their teens. And self-training and online community participation using global MOOCs, massive open online courses, should be encouraged. But this requires English proficiency, because everything is in English. So we have to strengthen English education and computing education to all children and in higher education. And full cycle software engineering from business modeling and enterprise architecture down to object design, coding should be trained. And specifically, like agile approach to digital transformation, including design thinking, lean startup, agile business analysis, domain-driven design, extreme programming, Scrum, DevOps. These are must skills that every company has to be equipped with today. And none of these are seriously taught in Korea today. So it's imminent that Korea needs to pay attention to how they should change their educational system fundamentally to encounter this new normal era. Thank you for listening.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Park. Now we will have a panel discussion based on the 4 very insightful presentations of speakers. Based on the speaker's presentation, it seems like there's both positive and negative effects of COVID-19 on digital innovation, such as new business opportunities, suggested by Dr. Chung, and also the educational reform, suggested by Dr. Park. And on the other hand, negative impacts, such as heightened threats of cyber tech, suggested by Vice President Lezian, and also increased digital inequity, as suggested by Dr. Soon. This means that the impact can be very heterogeneous, and the impact can be largely depends on how we observe it and how we adapt it, and most importantly, how we proactively respond to it and transform ourselves to utilizing this new crisis and opportunities. So I have a question for the speakers. So what can be the most important proactive action of transformation in digital innovation utilizing this crisis? Since the areas of expertise was quite diverse, the question to find out the common question was quite difficult, but you can actually discuss from your own perspective, field of expertise, whether it can be strategy for the corporations or it can be public policy perspective. So, for example, for Dr. Soon, you mentioned fragmentations to integrations. Any kind of examples of this integration strategy or policies that you can describe in more detail?
Okay, I think I'm unmuted, yes. Thank you for your question, Dr. Kim. Yes, when I talk about fragmentation, I'm actually talking about how oftentimes we see, due to perhaps lack of time, right, when measures need to be rolled out very quickly for organizations, whether they're in the government agencies, whether they're in the private sector or the people sector, they tend to operate in silos, right? I see a particular need that this target constituents require, and I have the resources to fill that need, and I will just do it. So I think increasingly a positive sign is we're seeing greater integration of efforts. So by integration, I can think of two levels, one of which is integration in terms of, say, supply of resources. So in the context of today's discussion, supply of, say, digital hardware, but also supply of digital skills. The other level would be at the content level. So I'll just briefly, in the interest of time, touch on each of them. So you asked for example, so looking at policy, studying policy in Singapore is my main focus. So in the case of Singapore and building digital competency and closing the gap, we saw efforts of integration such as through the government's release of the National Digital Blueprint in 2018, right? When the government clearly set out what does digital inclusion mean, what are the various components that we need to work to cultivate among people. So it's not just information seeking, but the capacity to, say, use technology to solve problems, to collaborate with one another, to be able to discern falsehoods, etc. So subsequent to the launch of the digital blueprint, digital readiness networks were formed, right? And I sit on them. And there's also Media Literacy Council. So the interesting bits about these two types of committees or organizations is they see the participation of academics, private organizations. So we have big tech sitting in some of these groups. So Google, Facebook, for instance. We also have representatives from the civil society, non-profit organizations that work with different types of vulnerable segments. So the benefit of such an integrative approach is that when we pick on the expertise and the experience of different organizations across various sectors, we get more ideas and richer content when it comes to program development, right? We're also able to tap on the resources that each of these organizations have and also tap on their networks for education and outreach. So that is a level of integration. So integration when it comes to supply. Next, I'll talk very briefly about content. So for instance, when it comes to helping people be smarter and more able to navigate the online space, different agencies in Singapore have been doing quite a lot of work in the past few years. We have the Ministry of Education, the Cyber Security Agency, the Media Literacy Council, as well as the National Library Board. So again, about 2 years ago, the government came together with a holistic framework that is called the Digital Media and Information Literacy Framework that brings together content and domains that have been looked at and developed by a few of these agencies, right? So the idea is to come up with a so-called mother set of content, which can be used by program developers and program trainers who want to come up with courses and modules on digital literacy and media literacy. So these are some instances of integrative approaches. Thank you.
Okay, thanks so much. It seems like Vice President Lezian talked about very new surface of segmented surface of attack of cyber tech. On the other hand, there's also the changing opportunity of integrating many of those key activities of firms and corporations. So it seems like there's also diverse aspect that we can look at in the changes. Saying that, Vice President Lezian, this cyber tech, the widespread cyber tech, and also the segmented surfaces, while we're looking at, do you think that the heightened cyber tech during this crisis is currently strengthening the security mind of people and government, or are they just waiting to the end of the crisis? And is there any proactive strategy for the firms to utilize these kind of crises and opportunities?
Yeah, that's a great question. I think it's certainly calling attention to the cyber threat. So that's very helpful. But I would say that I hope that organizations are not waiting for the pandemic to be over and holding out any security investments. This threat is, the way the attackers work is they will follow whatever is in the news, and they will take advantage of it to make their attacks more effective. In fact, in 2020, what we see the big problem being is not necessarily attacks related to COVID-19. What we see very much being the big problem is ransomware, and I touched on this when I presented earlier a little bit. The ransomware of 2020 is very different than it was even just a year ago. If you were the victim of a ransomware attack last year, it may have been 1 or 2 machines, and the ransom demand may have been a few hundred or maybe even a few $1,000s. Today, what we see attackers doing is fundamentally different. What they're doing is first breaking into networks, finding the important servers, and then before they deploy the ransomware on those servers, they steal the data. And they threaten not only to not return access to your data because it's locked down through the ransomware encryption, but they also threaten to make your data public. And this could be your customer data, your intellectual property, your executives' emails. It could be any digital asset you have in your domain. They threaten to make that information public to anyone. They threaten to share it with regulators. They threaten to share it with the news media. And so as a result of this, the impact of a breach is no longer just a service disruption, but now it's a data breach as well, a data loss as well. That's a heavier impact. And as a result of that, we see ransoms now no longer in the thousands of dollars. They're regularly in the millions of dollars, sometimes tens of millions of dollars. And that will persist even after the pandemic has passed. So organizations shouldn't be holding out. As we embark on digital transformation, our organizations, our society will rely more and more heavily on technology. And that attack surface will continue to grow and become a larger target for these types of threat actors. So I'm afraid to say that, as we embark on that path, cybersecurity very much has to be part of the strategy and the discussion so that we're not in a reactive state. And as you said, we're very much more in a proactive state in addressing those types of risks.
Thank you, Vice President Lezian. It seems like then other company also I think needs to utilize this COVID crisis to embed this cybersecurity strategy inside of their companies to more proactively respond to these changes. And nowadays, I think that's a very important point. And let me also ask to Dr. Chung about, it seems like your presentation talked about a very active and proactive utilization of the crisis, and the corporation was very kind of successful in responding to these changes. And you suggested royalty and credibility and the reliability as a very good strategy for the firms. And in saying that, what do you think about other more radical strategy of the firms? Like maybe Kakao Mobility can enter into a new market, or doing M&As in the other industry or other field. Do you think it's radical, this innovation can be also kind of feasible and good strategy for the firms in other industry as well?
Yes, thank you for the great question, but it is very challenging question, Dr. Kim. So, frankly speaking, we are still seeking for the answer, the right answer for that question. Today's presentation, I showed that lots of the data analysis can provide the insight how we improve our the incumbent services. But whereas what about for the new business opportunity? Even though the data shows that the fact and the trend change in the lifestyle, but we are not 100% sure that changes is permanent or the temporary. So it is pretty tricky and challenging for a company to enter the new business market and execute the tons of the investment to the certain area. So what I want to emphasize is that we are not only relying on the data itself, but we provide a lot of data to the community and to the partners. So by doing that, we can collaborate with the multiple disciplinaries in the industry, and we can find the good opportunities and good sweet spots. So radically, we should invest certain area and to pick the very right the industry position, and that is not possible by only ourselves, but it is possible with the industry the partners.
Thank you. So it seems like in a crisis period of time, executing this radical strategy might need some more collaborations and cooperation.
Exactly.
Yeah, that's a good point. Okay, then the last question to Dr. Park. It was a very interesting presentation about how we can respond, especially in the Korean context. And I was a little surprised to see how software has been quite low in the investment perspective in Korea. And is there any other dimensions or the agenda for Korea that needs to be proactively transformed during this crisis? Not only the software education, but also other dimension as well, if you have any idea.
Yeah, all right. Now, the current crisis of Korean economy, I think it's coming from a few sources. One is this global trends, global technology, market, and industrial trends, which is summed up as a terminology, industrial revolution, fourth industrial revolution. We're in the middle of that, and as I said, the driving force behind the fourth industrial revolution, there are many things, but software is one of the most important driving force, and Korea has been pretty much neglecting software as a very important component of all industries, more and more. So that's one source of crisis. But more structurally, intrinsic problem is the industrial structure itself. If you look at Korean industrial structure, it's so concentrated on hardware and manufacturing. and especially in automotive and electronics. Yeah, the majority of exports are automotives and electronics. And what's missing is this professional service industry. If you look at the industrial development in advanced countries, this professional service industry leads the growth. Once a company go beyond the point where manufacturing has been dominant. Then what comprises this professional service industry? Like medical service, legal service, architecture design, in IT services like system integration service, consulting, advertising services, all of which are knowledge-intensive industry where people, well-paid professionals, sell their time or sell the value they create through their human body. Nothing is required to provide the value, only human. So it's perfectly good for Korea, which doesn't have any resource, natural resource. So it's really has been, long ago we should have started promoting professional service industry. And Korea is a very small open economy. We have to export. We have to make dollars. So we have to export these professional services, which is selling Korean people's work to overseas. That requires English, perfect English, because look at the medical service in Korea. This is excellent, but no export at all. Why? Korean doctors can't speak English good enough to communicate with the patients. So it's all contained in this small peninsula. This has to be now broken. Very important. So this is not really because of Industrial Revolution, not really because of COVID-19 pandemic, but in the long run, in this new normal era, if you stick to the manufacturing as we have been doing so far, I don't think there is any way out to survive in the long run. So it's a very critical moment in this country. We have to rethink what to do with the education and what business to pursue and all that stuff. Thank you.
Okay, thanks so much, Dr. Park. So we had a very interesting discussions and very interesting presentations. But I think the common part is that the COVID-19 period is actually lowering the bar for changes and lowering the legacy cost of bringing more innovations and more changes. I think it's quite diverse, and the important part is how we proactively respond to these changes and leveraging and utilizing this crisis is a very important point. So summing up, I think it's very interesting presentations and very interesting discussion, and thanks so much for all your interesting and insightful presentations. And let's welcome, let's give a big hands for our presenters here today. Great. Okay. Thank you. And actually, we actually don't have time, so we're gonna just go to the next sessions. And let me introduce our session chair of next sessions, Professor Young-Sun Kwon. He's currently he serves as the Dean of KAIST Academy, Director of the Center for Excellence in Learning and Teaching at KAIST. He's also the editor board member of Telecommunications Journal, Policy Journal, and the director of the Korean Association for Information Society. Let's welcome Professor Kwon.
Hello, I'm the session chair, Young Seung-kwon, just introduced by previous chair. Let me first briefly introduce this session. Early this year, COVID-19 broke up all of a sudden, and it changed every aspect of our lives, and shaking up the industry and education sectors. In this context, this session is prepared to talk about the impact of COVID-19 on education and labor force. This session invited three speakers, two doctors from Singapore and one from South Korea. Let me briefly introduce the first speaker, Dr. Ban. Dr. Sang-jin Ban, he is the president of Korea Educational Development Institution and a professor of Jeonbuk National University in Korea. He served for 2 years as a member of advisory committee of the Ministry of Education for educational and university structural reform policies. He is going to talk about Korea's structural response to COVID-19 pandemic and present both positive and negative impacts on education and student learning experiences. Let's welcome Dr. Ban with claps and cheers, but he cannot hear it. So.
Okay, thank you for that introduction and for giving me an opportunity to join today at this year's Risk Quotient Conference. I'm Sang-jin Ban, as I introduced me, and president of QUOTIENT, which is supported by the Korean government. It is my privilege to discuss about the Korean educational responding to COVID-19, what is new normal looks like. More specifically, I will touch on the following three topics like this. Okay. Just to go over some quick fact and reality of South Korea. The country has been handling the pandemic much better than other parts of the world. But we still observe the case that requires us to be cautious. As of October 12th, we observed 733 confirmed cases in school. Schools are adjusting their reopening schedule as the situation develops. So the government continue to monitor this closely. And in this section, I'd like to introduce the Korean government educational responding to COVID-19. Firstly, the government established an educational governance system led by the Minister of Education to proactively respond to the COVID-19 crisis. Second is the government allowed the flexible operation of an academic schedule to allow for schools to close or reopen in response to COVID-19 situation and reality. Third, the government enforced a strong hygiene control by supplying basic sanitation products and issues, control and prevention guidelines in schools, like this. And fourth, the government established the Korean-style online education model, which utilized the online platform for virtual learning. As you can see, there are what schooling during the COVID-19 looks like, practicing the social distancing and the hygiene practices, something like that. Okay. Okay, and the fifth, The government is providing emergency childcare service by lowering tuition and fee for private kindergarten during the school closure period. And 6, the government reduced and adjusted teachers' workload during this time to lessen their burden. And 7th, the government established the medium and the long-term plan to transition to digital education, such as the Green Smart School project, and expanding the blended learning approach. Finally, the government decided to lower college students' loan interest rate from 2.2% to 1.85% per year, considering the difficult COVID-19 period. This kind of educational policy introduced and practiced by the Korean government more or less similar to those in other countries. But it is very important to understand how students and teachers perceive these policies and what their impact has been so far. So we'll conduct a survey to understand how online education during COVID-19 is affecting student and parent teachers, especially student learning experience. The positive effect of online education are, first, teachers are improving their digital capability fast, and their positive interest in using digital tools for learning has been growing. Second, the online education tools allow for more student-tailored approach, which encourages students more interactive and engaging learning behavior. Third, online education allows for the government to transition better toward the digital education, as promoted by the Green Smart School project among the broader Korean New Deal policy in 2020. On the other hand, the negative impact from the online education has been that, first, student low satisfaction with the quality of an online class. And so we are also observing the issue of student achievement gap. Second, the online education prolongs. There have been growing concern about the student and parents' negative emotional development and psychological anxiety. And thirdly, we observe the digital literacy gap as some children, especially from the vulnerable situation, lack of digital competence. I have briefly introduced the Korean government educational policy response to COVID-19 and how students and teachers' parents have perceived these policies. And it is clear that there is more we can do to improve. So I'd like to suggest some future plan and strategy going forward. First, Korea needs a digital education ecosystem for the future. We can strengthen infrastructure to utilize the blended learning, virtual reality, and augmented reality in education as we prepare for non-contact and virtual society. Second is we need to build a new paradigm of curriculum, teaching and learning, and the evaluation system according to the spread of blended classes. And the third is a global clouding system for education should be established for countries to share their best practice and lesson learned from their policies and program in real time to cope with the COVID-19. First, I want to suggest to jointly design and develop the global core liberal arts curriculum that is focusing on the global agenda that all countries are facing, such as the COVID-19, climate change, and the global economic crisis, and so on. These issues highlight for strong global cooperation to fight against the global change that are increasingly multidimensional and complex. Lastly, the international community should work together to support the younger generation that are hard hit from the pandemic by providing the better psychological and educational support. This new reality that makes in-person interaction difficult will inevitably affecting people's mental health. So government and the international community should set up to provide better support. Let me finally remark. The Korean government has been proactively responding to the COVID-19 crisis, but we have the ongoing challenge and issues still yet to be addressed. We recognize that this pandemic is not going to be a problem. I think that will be resolved in intermediate future. In this regard, it is pivotal for the Korean government to find a long-term strategy that is future-oriented and adapted to new normal we want. That is why this year's risk quotient asks a critical question for our generation. And it was my prestige to speak about our country's responding and the path forward. So I thank you again for this opportunity. Thank you.
Thank Dr. Ban for your speech and introducing Korea's response to COVID-19 in terms of educational service delivery. And he finally, at the end, emphasized the collaboration among countries. I think that is what we need to pursue globally for effectively respond to COVID-19. Let me introduce you to the audience. The last, Dr. Michael Fong from Skills Future, which is an agency under the Ministry of Education in Singapore. He's Deputy Chief Executive and Chief Human Resource Officer of Skills Future. He is also founding president of the Higher Education Planning in Asia Association. And he serves on various boards and committee members. His speech title is Skill Development Approaches in the Face of Digitalization and Disruptions. Welcome him.
Thank you, Professor Kwon. I hope that you could, are you able to hear me and can you see
Sure, I can hear you well. Go ahead.
Okay, can you see my slides as well?
No, I cannot see your slide yet. Oh, now all is fine. Go ahead.
Okay, that's good. First of all, I want to thank the National University of Singapore and KAIST for inviting me to this year's conference. I think that's a very timely and important topic. And for those who are calling in and to the conference, good afternoon. To colleagues and friends in Korea, Manaso Pangasrinda. Let me first start by giving you a quick introduction to Skills Future. Skills Future is a government agency. We report to the Ministry of Education. We set policies and provide funding for workforce skills development. We work with our institutes of higher learning. We regulate our private education institutions and training providers. And we also partner with companies to establish a vibrant continuing education and training ecosystem. And that complements the formal education system that we have to provide learning opportunities for the workforce throughout life. In 2015, we started the Skills Future movement, and this built on 2 or 3 decades of different initiatives to build a highly skilled workforce. The Skills Future movement was a national skills strategy to take that effort to the next level. It's to build the foundations to have a highly skilled, productive, innovative economy. Sorry, just let me make sure that I can control slides. Yes, and on the workforce, we want to be able to support the development of workforce that's adaptable and nimble, that's equipped to respond quickly to increasingly dynamic changes in the world of work. And so I will say that it was a really good thing that we had invested heavily in developing the skills of our workforce, especially in face of disruptions like COVID-19. And such investments have enabled us to respond rapidly to the different challenges that we face. We live in an age of disruption. Even before COVID-19, we were dealing with the disruptions brought about by technology, by the widespread availability of data, globalization, and now possibly deglobalization are other disruptions that we have to face. Individuals are living longer and we're having multiple careers. And so the need to continue to learn for life, to keep upskilling oneself throughout life becomes really important. Today, I will discuss the impact of COVID, not just in the Singapore context, but I think applicable in South Korea, but also in other countries in the world. What's interesting if you look at the impact of COVID is it impacts, we have many common challenges, many common areas where COVID-19 has impacted us, whether is it travel, whether is it food services, food and beverage, or is it other sectors like manufacturing, supply chain. We all have to deal with these different types of impacts. So I'll talk about impact in three areas: on our workforce, in the area of education, and also the impact on workplaces. And although I'm talking from the context of Singapore, I believe that applies to other countries as well. So in the area of the workforce, what we have seen is COVID has accelerated a need for digitalization. When countries went into lockdown, and in Singapore we call it the circuit breaker, we had to find new ways to deliver business services to consumers. So in the area of food and beverage, food delivery became very popular. Events that used to be held physically had to be held digitally. And now we have a hybrid event like the one today. And so new skills are needed for launching these events. So we had to find new ways to deal with supply chain disruptions, whether it's in the production of healthcare equipment or other forms of manufacturing. And so this has disrupted job roles and job tasks that is present in our businesses. And hence, new skills are needed. Existing workforce have to be reskilled to respond to these challenges. And they have to be reskilled and they have to respond very quickly because the COVID impact hit us very quickly and at scale. Through the Skills Future movement and the Skills Future initiatives, we provide funded training, and we also provide focused training in areas of digital skills. And for those who are unemployed, we have rolled out a series of support initiatives. We call them the SG United program to help workers find jobs, to help them find attachments and traineeships for graduates. And also for those who are needing to be skilled, we have skills program that could then lead them to getting employed after being displaced. Let me talk about the impact of COVID on education and training. What we have seen during the COVID pandemic was the advent of new delivery modes. Although we had been delivering different forms of online learning, the scale and the speed to deployment for online learning during the COVID period was really incredibly fast. Our schools had to adapt very quickly to provide learning from home arrangements, equipping students with the necessary equipment and technology and internet access, but also to change the instructional design so that learning materials and learning delivery could be done through an online means. So we shifted very quickly from a classroom environment to an online environment. And this was applied to our K-12 system, but also applied to post-secondary and the continuing education and training system. Within a short span of a month or two, we had moved almost all the training to an online format. Now that we have eased some of the physical restrictions, our schools have resumed a large part of the face-to-face training delivery, learning delivery. But in the area of workforce development, the bulk of the training is still happening through online means. That poses new challenges because the availability of technology, the access to technology, and having the basic digital literacy to be able to access and use technology. That was an issue that we had to contend with. For a large bulk of our workforce who are digitally savvy and had the ability to access online training, that was not a problem. But we had to roll out specific programs to help bridge the digital divide to those who are less literate. We had a specific program we called Skills Future for Digital Workplace to increase the level of understanding of technology and the use of technology at workplace for the entire workforce. But we also rolled out specific workshops. We call them a digital learning beginner workshop, specifically to help those who are in low digital literacy. And the training was customized to be delivered to these groups of people. We've seen very encouraging results. With some hand-holding, with some guidance and some coaching, we found that even those with low digital literacy levels are able to embrace online learning. So this is our attempt at being more inclusive in our approach due to the impact of COVID-19. COVID-19 had also impacted our workplaces. I'm now making this call not from my office, but from my home. So if you hear a piano in the background, you would know why. So many of us, most of us of the workforce had to work from home during the circuit breaker period. And that was required from a public health and safety perspective. We had to establish new policies and new norms within our companies. And that includes telecommuting policies, hot desking arrangements, and so on. And the workforce had to respond very quickly to these public health and safety policies. One key question is, would productivity be impacted through a work from home, work from anywhere arrangement? What we've seen is actually also quite encouraging. It has shown that actually our workforce has been quite resilient. They have adapted well. As long as they have the right tools, they've actually been able to find ways to continue to be productive. Of course, there are particular roles, including the frontline roles, where there's no way that we could do it remotely. And so there are still a proportion of our staff who have to work in physical settings most of the time, but I'll say a bulk of the workforce is still on a work from home basis at the moment. Now, previous speakers and many of us would have heard about the drawbacks of working from home arrangement. And you and I are probably, have felt some of that kind of drawbacks as well. In particular, the level of interpersonal interactions have decreased. The challenge of establishing new relationships and collaborations, that challenge has increased. And the level of engagement of our employees, of our colleagues, of our counterparts in other companies, that has decreased. So we need to find new ways. How do we mitigate the decrease in physical person-to-person interaction while making sure that we're able to continue to operate and function well despite all the public health and safety restrictions? And I think that as companies, as leaders of different organizations, we need to evolve our practice in terms of how we manage people, in terms of how leadership thinks about what it means to be an organization, what it means to reach out and engage employees. And there we need new skills as well. And we don't have the answer yet, but I would think that this is an important area that we need to work on across the various companies and across the workforce. So let me just conclude to say that COVID has accelerated the need for transformation. And we have seen this drive a shift in mindsets. What we have been attempting to do to get our workforce to embrace lifelong learning, we've seen a big jump in the readiness and preparedness to undertake training and to upskill themselves. So that shift in mindset is very encouraging and very important. The saying goes that necessity is the mother of all invention and innovation. But I think necessity is also the mother of mindset shift and change. So we need to leverage on that to drive for a more resilient and more adaptable workforce and for companies to be able to adapt more quickly. COVID has also renewed the impetus for us to rethink our paradigm of education and training. Our traditional education system is pretty structured for a good reason, but it also has limitations in terms of flexibility, responsiveness, and the provision of learning for life. So countries, I believe, would have to mobilize our higher education institutions, our private training industry, and companies, and to have a multi-stakeholder approach to mobilize our unions, industry associations, government agencies to provide that flexible, responsive, and lifelong learning system. Through a Skills Future movement, we have built some of the foundation in Singapore to work towards those, to lay the foundation for all segments of our workforce to have the skills to confidently navigate disruptions and to emerge stronger. Thank you.
Thank you for your presentation. If I sum up his presentation, probably I can say just one sentence. No matter what happens, education and training must go on globally, locally. Now, let's move on to the next speaker is from Singapore. He is Dr. Ruben Ng from National University of Singapore. He is a professor and the head of Data Innovation Group in Lee Kuan Yew School of Public Policy, and a lead scientist of Lloyd Register Foundation for the Public Understanding of Risk. He is going to talk about graduate underemployment. Let's give him a warm welcome.
안녕하십니까. 반갑습니다. I'm Ruben Ng. Good afternoon again. You know, my surname NG has no vowels, so it's usually hard to pronounce. When I spend some time in the US and the UK, nobody could pronounce my surname or last name because NG has no vowels. They always think it's an abbreviation for no good, but I told them, no, it's not no good. It's nice guy. I'm a psychologist by training, but a very undisciplined psychologist. I've had careers in research, consulting in the private sector, and also government before rejoining the university, where I now teach policy innovation and do research around policy innovation areas, especially with data analytics and behavioral insights at the Lee Kuan Yew School of Public Policy. And I have a joint appointment at the Lloyd's Register Foundation Institute for the Public Understanding of Risk. So thank you to Dr. Ban and Dr. Fang for their excellent and very cogent presentations of what Korea and Singapore did, during this pandemic. What I'm going to share is I'm actually going to dive a lot deeper into an issue that I'm passionate about, and I think we all should be persuaded that it's an important one, and that is on graduate underemployment. Now, what's graduate underemployment? As you can see here, this is the definition from the Singapore's Ministry of Manpower. And graduate underemployment really reflects the underutilization of productive capacity of the labor force. It's usually time-related, and the time-related definition is only the internationally accepted definition of underemployment. Basically, it means if you look at the red words here, specifically refers to a person working part-time but are willing and able to engage in additional or full-time work. This to me is very insufficient, because when we talk about underemployment, it is a very complex concept. So to say that a complex concept can be captured by one single indicator just because you're working part-time and you want to work full-time, to me does not do justice to the complexity of the concept. And because it doesn't do justice to the complexity of the concept, we are not able to design more granular interventions to help people who are underemployed. So today I would like to propose a few things. I'd like to propose thinking about measuring underemployment using multiple indicators instead of just a single indicator. And this is what we came up with to detect underemployment. There are three indicators that we are using here. One is education. So we want to focus on people degree holders and above, so graduates essentially. Employment status, they are working full-time, right? So they are fully employed. Full-time employees of companies or organizations. And from a salary perspective, they're earning less than $1,500 or roughly less than 2,000 Singapore dollars. So I checked the validity of these multiple constructs to measure underemployment, and everyone agrees, right? The people that we interviewed, the experts that we interviewed, this indicates almost severe underemployment. The fact that they are degree holders, these are not fresh grads, right? These are these are working for more than 5 years, and they are earning less than $1,500 a month, and this is almost 50 times lesser than what the norm would be earning. So this is multiple indicators that we have put together to measure underemployment. So when it comes to areas of knowledge, this also refers to graduates in non-graduate occupations, and we found through some secondary data analysis. So we did a nationwide study on employment and underemployment and the gig economy. We had about 10,000 respondents, and we found 100 of them were severely underemployed. Now, this is only 1% if you think of it from a prevalence perspective, but 1% is 1% too many. I'd like to share with you what are the profiles of these graduates who are underemployed, because once we understand the profiles, we can help build risk profiles of those we can potentially help. I'll go through first the demographic profiles. As you can see here on my pointer on the left, they're majority females, pretty much either married or single, so there isn't anything there, children. And if you look on the right side, I just wanted to highlight this. Most of the time, the people who get help, okay, for housing, right? I just wanted to highlight here housing. Singapore uses, because 80% of people in Singapore live in public housing. So public housing is a very good proxy for social economic status. So as you can see here, the type of housing that they live in represents their socioeconomic status. So people living in 2 to 3 room would have, from a Singapore perspective, have a lower socioeconomic status than those living in landed properties and condos, for example. So it's a proxy for socioeconomic status in Singapore. But if you look at the profiles of people who are underemployed, they don't traditionally fall into those of lower socioeconomic status, such as those people living in 2 to 3 room flats. So I would like to say that traditional indicators may not be able to pick up those who are at risk of underemployment or those who are already underemployed. And also traditionally, we would think that people who are renting, they don't own their own property, tend to be at high risk, but that's not the case as we see here. 3 in 4 people who are severely underemployed based on those multiple indicators are owners of their own property. And like I mentioned, if you see here, these are not fresh graduates, people who are 24, 25. The mean age of these 100 people is 39 years old, and the median work experience is 5 years. So I think we are sort of drilling down on a group of people who are severely unemployed and who deserve some help. Let me go through other profiles of these 100 people who are severely underemployed. Now, when we look at the companies that they are working for, almost 65% are working for mainly local business. So this is the SMEs or small, medium-sized enterprises who have business mainly in Singapore. And 52% of them are less than 10 years. So these are, from a COVID-19 perspective, these are vulnerable SMEs. And these severely underemployed people are working in these vulnerable SMEs, and this could be a bigger problem if they are laid off. Now, when we ask, in the survey, when we ask them some questions like, my pay is less than other people with similar qualifications, I earn less than people with similar skills. Let me orientate you to this macro chart here. On the left panel, you see those who are unemployed. So these are the 100 people who are severely underemployed. These are full-time graduates working part-time and earning less than $1,500 per month. And right are the norm, okay? So as you can see, if you ask underemployed people, do you think my pay is less than others? 75% say yes, okay, compared to less than 50% who say yes for those who are not underemployed in the norm. So look at status discrepancy. This is such a big gap. So when it comes to status discrepancy, when we ask them, my status at work is lower than I deserved, or my rank at work is less than it should for somebody my ability, 60% of those underemployed say, yes, I feel this status discrimination, compared to just 6% for the norm, those who are not unemployed. And this question has implications on self-esteem and how they feel about their worth in society and also in the workplace. And here, when we can see, when we ask them about, do you have enough retirement savings? Do you have enough money for daily expenses? We don't see too much differences for those who are underemployed and the norm. And you know, when I thought about it and when I read literature and interviewed some of these people, I realized that when it comes to money, it's always not enough, regardless of who you ask, whether it's underemployed or not. Money is often not enough. And when it comes to income security, that gap is also very stark. Only 27% of those who are underemployed say that they have income security compared to almost 70% of the norm. Job security is the same thing, there's a big gap. So what does this all mean for policy? I'd like to share some thoughts on policy considerations. So I think if we want to identify people to help, first of all, our measurement tools must be multidimensional so that it can really reflect the complexity of the concept. So we should not be thinking about just a single indicator, because the current only single indicator is just time-based, right? So a person is underemployed based on this single indicator. It just means that if you're currently working part-time and if you want to work full-time, you are underemployed, okay? So we argue that this one indicator is not good enough to measure the complexity of those who are underemployed. Because if this is the case, then you are catching people who are voluntarily underemployed, maybe those who needs a gap year working at Starbucks. They just want to take this gap year out. Based on this conceptualization, they would also be underemployed and they would also get help. But in this case, as we have found, underemployment, I think, cannot be discussed in simple binary terms, right? We should really consider a spectrum from moderate to serious underemployment. Based on that binary definition, we will only categorize people who are underemployed. To me, it's not adequate. But in this current sort of multi-dimensional conceptualization of underemployment, we're able to identify those who are seriously underemployed, and those who are moderate. Now, this is important because in government, we tend to prioritize resources for people who need it the most. In this case, if we can identify those who are seriously underemployed, then the resources can go to them. They are the priority before going to the rest, such as the moderately underemployed. So I think one size doesn't fit all, or what's best may not be best for you. So I think there's a great need for customization, and this sort of multi-dimensional thinking about underemployment allows for customization so that the help we give them will be most effective instead of a one-size-fits-all approach. And as I mentioned, prioritization is important because if we have limited resources, we want to prioritize and give it to those who really need it. And I think by and large, governments, when it comes to underemployment, have been very reactive. So something happens, we react to it. But this allows us, this risk profiling approach allows us to be more proactive. Can we identify these people in advance, help them before it becomes worse? And underemployment, we hypothesize will worsen during COVID-19 as job supply drops while demand stays constant. So I think it's important to identify people now who have a high risk of being underemployed, and maybe provide them with resources before this situation becomes worse. So I'd like to persuade you to consider graduate underemployment in your radar, in your work plan, because I think this is going to become worse in a year's time where businesses are going to close. With that, kamsahamnida. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your presentation. Given time constraint, what I'm thinking is that we need to wrap up this session within 3 minutes. So let me give you just one opportunity to talk about shortly. So the topic will be many issues discussed in this session. What is the most urgently needed reform measure for Singapore and South Korea in terms of handling the impact of COVID-19 on education and workforce? Probably who goes first? Probably Dr. Ban?
Yeah, thank you for your Dr. Michael Hung and Michael Luban. Dr. Luban, thank you for your wonderful presentation. I recognize that every country has a same and so many challenging issues in education and training and labor market system. What I'm concerned is that with the pandemic, COVID-19 pandemic, the need to fear the global leadership vacuum has become a more important and consequential issue, and that why our discussion about the role of education, training, and labor market in international cooperation is significant and timely right now. Obviously, we should recognize how important the global cooperation is to tackle challenges that in world face together today. In this sense, I hope the Asian countries like Korea, Singapore, Japan, China, something like that, deeply needed to discuss about how we can continue to entrust the database and the value-driven global education, training, or something like that, policy and program system to cope with the educational challenge and issue. So, as I mentioned above, I think that it is necessary that global clouding system for education, labor market, or training system to share the data or policies and information, something like that. I want to suggest we should set up that system. And another thing is that global core liberal arts curriculum should be set up to understand that challenge situation, economic, education, something like that. So we need cooperation. That is a big issue. The problem is how to cooperate. So we need deeply discuss about that issue in further. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Now, probably Dr. Ng, would you talk about your point?
Sure. I completely agree with Dr. Ban's point, and I think we should consider sort of a data sandbox, because what's an upside about COVID-19 is that you have so much data now, almost a deluge of data. I was talking to our Ministry of Education recently. We're starting a project with them. There's so much data now on our student learning space, and all kinds of data are available. I think we should think about opportunities to leverage the data, and as what Dr. Ban suggested, I think if we could set up even a Singapore, Korea, or East Asia, Southeast Asia sandbox, I think that would be great, such a great idea to see if we can leverage some data and make sense of it, because the power of data is when we put together different data sets. So I completely second that, and I think we should do something about that. The other point I want to quickly make, it's a broader one, about how we conceptualize risk. Because right now when we conceptualize risk, it's pretty much looking at risk as categories, right? Are you high risk? Are you low risk? I'm reminded several years ago, I was working with the National Youth Council in Singapore. We were looking at youth with high risk. But the problem with that is that if you categorize young people, whether they're high risk or low risk, then you tend to pour in a lot of resources on people with high risk, and absolutely no intervention or no resources for people with low risk. And typically, youth put in the categories of low risk. Today, I'm low risk. Today, my parents lose the job. Tomorrow, immediately, I'm in high risk without any resources to cope with this high risk situation. So I think I would like to advocate for thinking of risk not as a category, but thinking of risk as a continuum. Because if we think about risk as a continuum, we should think about inoculating everyone. It's like vaccination, right? Let's inoculate everyone so that if I'm tossed into a high-risk situation tomorrow, I have at least some resources to cope with it. So that's all from me. Thank you.
Thank you. The turn goes to Dr. Hung. Would you make it short?
Thank you. I want to respond quickly to the points raised by Professor Ban and Professor Ng. I absolutely agree that we need greater collaboration across countries, across the region, across the world. And that's where we can learn from one another. In addition to sharing data, we can also share policy insights, how we overcome social challenges, acceptance by the general public, and so on. On that front, I've had numerous exchanges with my counterparts in South Korea, and we have learned a lot from each other, and we intend to continue to do so. I look forward to strengthening the collaboration with KDI and other Korean entities. On the topic about risk and undergraduate underemployment that Professor Ng had brought up, I think it's important as we think about the future of work, what is the definition of an underemployment? Because as we move towards a future of work that's much more skills-based, then anyone that's not fully utilizing the skills is technically underemployed. And even if you were employed for full-time employed, you're still underemployed. So we have to rethink that paradigm. And that leads me to my final point, which I want to really emphasize that as we think about the future of work, we believe that continuous learning is going to be very important. And it's not just because I'm from Skills Future. If you think about what learning does, it allows you to perform in the new roles using new skills. It allows you to be agile. It allows you to be resilient. And so having the right forms of learning and support for that kind of learning is going to be very important throughout life for our workforce to be employable to be fully employed, gainfully employed, and to lower the risk of disruptions that they might face. So they're able to go on to other things if they need to do that. And there again, I think we need to reform our education system so that we're thinking about education not just in silos, but in terms of a lifetime of support, a universal access for lifelong learning. Thank you.
Thank you for your last speech. And I think we had a wonderful discussion and shared wonderful ideas. Let me close the session, but before closing the session, let me introduce the chair of the next session. Next section will be led by Professor Tae-Jun Lee of Korea Development Institute School of Public Policy and Management. The topic of the session will be technology leadership and Asia's digital economy and society. So don't go away with the session immediately starting. And finally, I'd like to thank all the speakers of this session. Thank you.
Good afternoon. So my name is Tae-Jun Lee from KDI School, Public Policy and Management. I'm a professor. I'm teaching ICT for Sustainable Development and Digital Government. It is a great honor to be your moderator of the great, wonderful session, the three. This session will cover a discussion and a presentation on the role of ICT, information, communication, and the technology, and even digital governance on our society, especially the targeting at the society, the East Asia, the Hong Kong and Japan and South Korea. We will bring together scholars representing these three countries to share success cases, reflection, and insightful recommendations for the future after COVID-19 pandemic. Due to time constraint, I ask each speaker to present under 10 minutes. After all three the speaker have presented, as I will be engaging in a question-answer session in 15 minutes. For each questions, that will be prepared in advance with a call for additional ideas and opinions from the presenter. The presenter, let me invite the Professor Nao Bahar, the Sharif, the Division of Social Science and Division of Public Policy, Hong Kong University of Science and Technology. As he's going to talk about the Chinese society and Hong Kong society effort to be effectively responding to COVID-19 and lessons learned from Hong Kong and China. Dr. Sharif?
Thank you. I'm sharing my screen. I just want to make sure everyone can see my screen.
Yes.
Okay, perfect.
Okay.
So I will start now then. Thank you. I'd just like to start by thanking wholeheartedly the hosts for inviting me to deliver my presentation at this esteemed conference. I'm going to be talking about sources of China's technological leadership in the brave new world. Let me just get right to it since we have limited time. The story of China's economic ascent is well known. Everyone is well aware of China's economic might and how it's on its path to becoming the #1 largest economy in the world. It's developed into a leading superpower since 1979 onwards. And we've heard the story of it being an economic superpower, a manufacturing superpower, a political superpower, even a military superpower, some would say. But how about the story of China as a technological superpower? This is a story that I argue has been less well told over the last, up until the last couple of years. It wasn't until President Donald Trump came to power in the United States that people started to pay more attention to China as a technological superpower. And that is what I would like to focus on for the purposes of my presentation. Prior to the most recent 2 years, there were a lot of questions relating to China's technological ascent. Many people questioned China's technological ascent. The likely winner of next week's election, many polls suggest that Joe Biden will win. When he was vice president in May 2014, this is just to give you an example, he said, name me one innovative project, one innovative change, one innovative product that has come out of China. Basically trying to say that China is not any technological superpower. It cannot be a technological superpower. So what I would like to do in this presentation is to argue that such skepticism, I've only given you a very brief, one quotation. I could give you many more slides full of it, but that's not the main part of my presentation. I argue that such skepticism overlooks several important factors that have positioned China to be able to compete for global technological leadership, especially in a post-COVID world. And the 3 factors that I would like to focus on are as follows. In order to attain technological leadership, China has 3 distinct sources of competitive advantage that will allow it to become a technological leader in this post-COVID world. And my argument is that it is already on its way to become a technological leader. The 3 factors are market size, governmental power, and globalization. So I'll just go into each of these factors one by one and discuss them with you. So market size is an important determinant of innovation activities. Economists have long told us, schooled us, that companies have incentives to innovate. When the larger the market size, the higher the incentives companies have to innovate. Greater the demand, greater the revenue. More efficient the production process, greater the aggregate cost savings, and this implies that a growing market with growing demand will lead to increasing returns from investment in innovation. So basically, to put it simply, if I'm selling my smartphone to 10 consumers, I will have less of an incentive to innovate as compared to if I'm selling my smartphone to 10 million consumers. Quite simple. So the other point that I'd like to raise is that not only is China's market China's domestic market large, but this is a factor that also contributed to the success of the United States post-Second World War. Following the Second World War, American companies also benefited from selling to the world's then largest domestic market, which was the United States. These American companies led the world in developing and implementing leading-edge technologies and claimed the largest worldwide share in many export goods. And these developments reflected long-standing American dominance in mass production industries, a dominance that resulted from ready access to natural resources and the world's largest domestic market. So basically what I'm trying to say is that having a large domestic market is one of the 3 factors that puts China on the path to becoming a global technological leader. And this factor is not new. This is a factor that the United States benefited from itself post-Second World War. And in China's case, the integration of its mass production strength with the world's 2nd largest economy has led forecasters at Goldman Sachs, Standard Chartered, The Economist to predict that the Chinese economy will be twice as large as the American economy by 2030. The former chief economist of the World Bank, Justin Lin, predicted that by the year 2030, 100 to 150 of the largest Fortune 500 companies in the world will be Chinese companies. So when Justin Lin was chief economist of the World Bank between 2008 and 2012, he made this prediction. Already by 2020, 133 Chinese companies were in the Fortune Global 500 list, compared to 0 in 1990. In comparison, there were 121 from the United States. In the case of America, the resource and capital intensive American manufacturing firms operated on a much larger scale than their counterparts elsewhere. And due to the economies of scale that American firms enjoyed, they brought innovations even from Europe to the market in the United States. And I argue that similar dynamics will play out given China's large domestic market, because China has strength in mass production and it is able to adapt Western techniques to Chinese conditions. China's emergence as a rapidly growing major market offers it a unique advantage for technological advancement, the likes of which no nation other than the United States has enjoyed up to this point. So post-Second World War, the United States benefited from this factor, which contributed to it becoming the largest technological superpower in the world. And this factor is now repeating itself in China's case, post-COVID, allowing China to become the largest and the most powerful technological superpower in the world. Local Chinese firms are best situated to satisfy the singular tastes of this large domestic market in terms of Chinese consumers' expectations regarding price, quality, and product features, which is why you have many parallels in the Chinese market to Western counterparts. For eBay, there's Taobao in China. For WhatsApp in the West, there's WeChat in China, and so on and so forth. So if these forecasts that I've just mentioned prove true, the capacity of Chinese firms to continuously leverage the advantage of the large home market to enhance their technological competitiveness will be a major factor. So I've talked about market size. The second factor that puts China on the path to attaining technological leadership in the post-COVID world is its governmental power. On the way to becoming global technological leaders, Chinese companies have benefited significantly from Chinese government's industrial policy. So I just gave you a couple of examples, Taobao and WeChat. Many people will argue that the reasons why these Chinese companies have been able to flourish is because they've been protected by the Chinese government. And to be sure, there's an element of truth to that. The Chinese government's industrial policy is unmatched in scale and strength by Western standards. However, once again, when we look at this carefully and we look back at history, we see that China has adopted the US model to boost its own state-backed R&D investments. How so? The success of high-tech industries in the United States in the post-Second World War era reflected massive private as well as public investments in R&D and scientific and technical education. Now, given in the Chinese case, the Chinese autocratic system of governance, China is able to steer Chinese, usually state-owned, and also private companies to increase their R&D investments. And this has been reflected in the amount of money spent on R&D in China. The use of industrial policy to help domestic companies upgrade technological capability have their roots in the United States. In the United States Hamiltonian economic philosophy, which holds that a big country needs big organizations to succeed, and that the federal government should partner with private enterprise to finance scientific research and provide resources and infrastructure that businesses lack. Under this Hamiltonian approach, the American government sponsored projects such as the Erie Canal, Transcontinental Railroad, land-grant universities, network of airports, which helped create within the United States a huge interconnected marketplace, which led to the rise of American companies like Standard Oil, General Motors, US Steel, and so forth. The US government and the military led the way in financing innovation in its early stages, and that is exactly what we're seeing in mainland China. The government financed research in the United States and procurement fueled industries that produce the hybrid seed, radar, synthetic rubber, microchip, GPS, and the internet. Now, in China's case, much of the centralized power that enabled China to run a planned economy remains very much in place. The government is able to play a significant role in shaping increasingly market-oriented activities. The Chinese government has more policy instruments at its disposal than do its Western counterparts, which enables the Chinese to facilitate technological learning on the part of indigenous firms. With these beneficial policies, Chinese government has bolstered the wind turbine industry, strategic emerging technologies, which include environmental technology, telecommunications technology, 5G being a good example, biotech, advanced manufacturing, renewable energy, advanced material, and green vehicles. Some of these beneficial policies include the following: large-scale government grants, tax concessions, easy access to bank loans, policies regarding intellectual property, standardization, and so forth. Now, in 2018, China was the second largest performer of R&D in the world, accounting for 21.7% of the global total. And the average pace of real growth in China's overall R&D expenditure over the period 2001 to 2009 has been exceedingly high at over 19% annually on average. And over the period 2010 to 2018, the pace slowed down to around 10%, but R&D spending still kept growing. Now, I have to add a caveat here. There is, of course, concern in the West, in the US, that Beijing's visible hand is giving China an unfair advantage because China is not playing fairly by the rules of international trade. This is true, like I've said earlier on, to some extent, but it's a symptom of the Chinese Communist Party style of governance, where a heavy hand combined with secrecy prevails. Now, the third factor that can allow China to become a to take the mantle of technological leader in a post-COVID world are the forces of globalization. The forces of globalization may be closing in a little bit now, but I argue that China has already benefited from these forces sufficiently to be able to take the leadership role in terms of technological advancement. In a globalized era, Chinese companies need not develop every cutting-edge technology on their own. Rather, they can and they have undertaken a strategy of mergers and acquisitions deliberately for acquiring advanced technologies owned by foreign firms. Now, this happened as early as a 10th five-year plan from 2001 to 2005, where Chinese government unveiled its Go Global strategy to encourage Chinese companies to invest abroad. Now, China's foreign direct investment, outward foreign direct investment accelerated after 2009, most notably. And by 2017, China's outward foreign direct investment amounted to 270 billion, ranking it second in the world. And the goal of many of these outward FDI projects has been the acquisition of advanced technology. Now, I have here a number of slides where I give you examples of where Chinese companies have used globalization to acquire Western counterparts for their R&D, for their technology, for their management prowess, for their engineers. I won't go through all of these examples in the interest of time, but there are a number of examples across a large swathe of industries. And in the interests of time, I will jump to my conclusion and just mention how too few in policymaking and financial circles anticipate the rise of Chinese multinationals to positions of global technological leadership. It is already happening, and now it is accelerated in the post-COVID world. To be sure, some Chinese companies have benefited enormously from monopolies granted by the country, by Beijing, and continuous improvement of Chinese firms' technological strength relies on political stability. However, more of this technological rise should be attributed to the three factors that I've just covered: large growing domestic market, strong government support, intensified forces of globalization, which may be receding now, but which China has already taken sufficient advantage of to get into this leadership position. Combined and individually, these factors explain how and why Chinese companies will move beyond the traditional reliance on low-factor input costs. So in the past, Chinese companies had to be content with acquiring technology through licensing agreements or joint ventures. Now these examples of globalization, these mergers and acquisitions that have taken place as a result of globalization, illustrate how China is owning a larger and larger part of the global technological intellectual expertise. And these acquisitions represent a point of pride in China, showcasing its rising economic strength, signaling both Chinese triumph and the decline of its Western counterparts. I'm sorry I've overrun by 1 or 2 minutes. That brings to an end my presentation. Thank you so much for your attention.
Thank you, Dr. Sharif. It's wonderful the presentation. It shows the analytical views into the Chinese innovation ecosystem, as well as the government and private sector, and even global, the partnerships and response to the COVID-19. Thank you very much. Next, let me invite the presenter from Japan. The next presenter is Dr. Yi Kwang-heng, the Graduate School of Public Policy, the University of Tokyo. Dr. Heng.
Thank you so much, Chair. It's my great pleasure to be joining the risk quotient again. This year I was last involved in 2018, so very delighted to be back. I'll just make a couple of quick points about technology leadership, just to follow on Professor Sharif's comments earlier. So I've got 3 points that I would like to touch on in my presentation. Firstly, surveillance technology and its relationship with legal political systems. Second, a technology paradox that has emerged in Japan. And thirdly, how lockdowns actually act more as intensifiers rather than game changers. So let me go through each of these points in sequence. So firstly, looking at China's AI national champions, it is very obvious that they have been taking a prominent role in how the Chinese government has responded to the COVID outbreak. So I've just listed a couple of examples there. So for example, Alibaba, also one of the national champions, said that its latest diagnosis system, which was powered by AI, is able to identify coronavirus infections with an extremely high rate of accuracy, up to 96%. Another well-known AI national champion, SenseTime, has deployed facial recognition AI software, temperature detection software at train stations, and interestingly, it claims that its new AI software is even able to identify faces that are concealed with face masks. And also, of course, Hikvision, another well-known AI company, has deployed thermal imaging cameras at ports and airports throughout China. So there on the screen, you can see just some images of these technological developments being deployed in the response against the COVID outbreak. And of course, I'm sure everyone is aware of this rather famous photo taken at the height of the lockdown in China, where a drone was performing patrols during the lockdown and came across this elderly woman who was walking the streets and broadcast a message to her through the drone software, and rather startled the poor lady, and she decided then actually to listen to the message, which was to tell her to go home and stay safe. So I think these are all examples of how the technological developments that China is now increasingly known for has also been deployed as part of its attempts to control the coronavirus outbreak. But let me turn to another case, just to contrast a bit the use of technology very heavily by China. And in contrast to that, we have what I would call a slightly more old-fashioned, rather human-driven approach that has been undertaken by Japan. So the picture that you can see on the screen here is about several employees from the Tokyo metropolitan government working with the Shinjuku ward office. This was at the height of the state of emergency that was declared in Tokyo in April. And these guys, as you can see, were just walking around the entertainment districts in Shinjuku and having these loud hailers and walking around with plastic placard signs telling people to go home. So when I saw this picture, it really reminded me of these contrasts, right, with what the Chinese government had been doing. Now, then we turn to what former Prime Minister Shinzo Abe touted as what he called the Japan model, where Japan was able to declare an end to its national emergency within just 1.5 months. This was back in May 2020. And Abe, during his speech, very proudly suggested that this was proof of what he calls the Japan model, where Japan was able to keep its infections and death relatively low compared to the other group of 7 nations. And interestingly, he also pointed out that many of these restrictions were not actually legally enforceable, right? So this partly explains why many of those employees at the Tokyo metropolitan government had to go around with all these loud hailers, right, trying to persuade people to actually go home because it was not actually legally enforceable. Now, interestingly, Japan, we often think of Japan as a very high-tech, advanced nation. But I think there was actually an interesting technology paradox that has emerged as part of Japan's experience with COVID-19. And you can see on the screen there two headlines that I've just taken from within a week apart. The first suggests that Japan is going to rely on robots, right, to help to solve its COVID-19 problems. The second is about Taro Kono, who is the newly appointed minister who has been tasked with administrative reform. And Mr. Kono has very loudly proclaimed that he is going to reform Japan's work and corporate culture, which has been based on, very strangely enough, the fax machine and the hanko, which I'll come back to later. I think these two headlines really highlight two sides of Japan's technology paradox. For example, we have the Tokyo-based robotics company, ZMP, which has developed a range of robotic machines, what it calls the anti-coronavirus robot squad. And this is simply in response to how coronavirus has created all these demands for robots that enable the reduction of human-to-human contact. So there are all sorts of AI-powered, AI-enabled, self-driving security robots, for example, that go around spraying disinfectant on your doorknobs and your door handles and spraying disinfectants at all the train stations throughout Japan. So this is just one picture of this robot that goes around using fancy disinfecting light that is supposed to kill any viruses or germs that might be lurking on the door handles here. And this is a picture of a robot that has been going around train stations in Japan, as you can see, spraying disinfectant, hopefully trying to remove viruses from the air. And in contrast to that, we have Japan's hanko culture. And this is really about how personal stems, little personal stems, as you can see there, are really required whenever official documents are processed. So you have to bring your small little stamps, plastic stamps there, and you imprint your surname on the bottom of documents. And this usually has to be witnessed also by someone in an official capacity or someone in a more superior position at the workplace. So this is very much part of how the Japanese office culture has developed. So this was one reason cited for why many companies had struggled to encourage their employees to work from home remotely, because they felt that they needed to come into the office physically to make sure that they were able to input their surnames onto documents and get those documents approved by their colleagues. Another very intriguing example of how, in certain respects, Japan is still very much reliant on old-fashioned technology. Initially, in the early stages of the outbreak, we had numerous public health centers who were collecting data on coronavirus cases in their domains, and they would then scribble down all these numbers on paper and then send it to the central government's health ministry by fax machine. Now, this, of course, generated quite a fair bit of discussion. And as far as I understand, this has now been upgraded to an online system where data can be input into a centralized system. But in the early part of the outbreak, we still had these instances where all these data was being actually faxed to the health ministry. So let me quickly wrap up with a couple of points here about the implications of the restrictions that societies have faced as a result of the coronavirus outbreak. It's quite well known that lockdown is not necessarily a game changer, but it's perhaps more an intensifier So pre-existing concerns tend to be accentuated or exaggerated as a result of the experiences societies have undergone as a result of lockdowns or restrictions. So, for example, pre-existing privacy and data concerns over the use of AI, software and surveillance technology has also reappeared during the coronavirus outbreak. And if you remember the national AI champions that I mentioned earlier, SenseTime, Hikvision, these two AI champions were also sanctioned by the US government for providing what the US Commerce Department calls surveillance software against Uyghurs, Kazakhs, and other Muslim minority groups in China. So there are all these concerns also raised, at least by the US government, about the use of surveillance by these companies such as SenseTime and Hikvision. Also, of course, even before the outbreak itself, in October last year, we already had a university professor in China who accused a wildlife park of compulsorily collecting visitors' individual characteristics via facial recognition. So there was already concerns being expressed about, the amount of data and sensitive personal information, privacy that was being collected by all these AI surveillance software. Now, more recently, just earlier this month, I've read about new rules that have been introduced in China, new guidelines that are designed to strengthen privacy protection, revises the conditions and under which consent is being derived from people who have been surveilled. And there are all sorts of improvements that have been discussed as a result of all these concerns over privacy and data. So final comment from me is that work and corporate culture still very much matters, especially in the case of Japan. One interesting fact is that when the state of emergency was declared in Japan, we actually found that there were lots of people rushing to electronic stores in Tokyo to buy laptops and Wi-Fi routers because they actually lacked all these basic tools that were needed to work remotely from home. And also many Japanese companies still rely very much on reading into the nuances of face-to-face interaction in the office. As they say in Japan, being able to smell the air or to read the air is one way, to understand the intentions and expressions of your bosses and also of your colleagues as well. So it's very much also this notion that corporate culture is still quite difficult to change, although there is increasing impetus as a result of the experiences brought about by the coronavirus emergency. And also the Japanese government has now introduced quite a fair bit of attempts to bring about reforms in terms of the personal stamping of names that I mentioned earlier, and also trying to encourage more people to work remotely as well. So with that, I think I should stop here. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Heng. This presentation shows a series of anecdotal cases allowing us be familiar with the Japanese and the unique culture and in response to the COVID-19. So I think harnessing the digital technology has been greatly accelerated by the COVID-19 pandemic. But based on this presentation, the government should promote new instruments of the social protection and even privacy, the protection, the spurring up the speed of as a more inclusive society, with more the capability and expertise and coping with the COVID-19 pandemic. Last but not least, let me introduce the researcher and consultant, even the scholar from one of the largest and the best think tank in digital the technology and research in South Korea, Dr. Ha Yeon-kang, the head International Cooperation Research Division and Korea Information Society Development Institute. Dr. Kang?
Yes, thank you. We are certainly not from the largest government think tank. Actually, KDI, where Professor Lee is from, is the largest think tank. And thank you for the timer, so I will try to keep this presentation under 10 minutes. What I'm going to talk about today is how digital technology was used in the combat against COVID-19 in Korea. And Korea's ability to contain the virus depended on, we could categorize as 3 elements: very aggressive and preemptive testing, and then social distancing and contact tracing using digital technology, and private-public partnership regarding the use of open data. In the story, people tend to think that digital technology has been very important in the success of Korea's government in containing the virus. However, I would also like to point out in the story that the quite success of the government's health policy and the very widely social acceptance of the government's policy was also very important in this story. So hopefully I will be able to point out the relevant policy leadership and the institutional changes and adaptations that came by. So let me begin with first flattening the curve with preemptive tests. As you can see, Korea was very successful in flattening the curve. As you can see the curves of the other countries while it's going up. Korea actually peaked in February and has then been decreasing. And as many people know, currently confirmed patient cases range between 2 digits or 3 digits, around 100. I think they just went over 100 today, but usually 2 digits. So that's very, very successful because if you think about the numbers of confirmed patient cases in other countries, this is a very remarkable figure. And Korea has been able to do this through very much aggressive testing. Actually, only the United States, Germany, and Italy conducted more tests than Korea. And this is again a data that shows you the test data per 1,000 people. And Korea, as you can see in the chart, was very successful in the early stage of the outbreak. Extensive testing was possible because of abundant test kits that were available very early, and these test kits were produced by domestic companies. And these companies used AI-based big data system to develop these test kits. CGen is actually a very famous company now for having developed this test kit. And these test kit was approved very quickly by the Korea Center for Disease Agency, but used to be Korea Center for Disease Control, but now it's an agency. Anyway, so the KCDA now, actually back then, would have probably taken more than 6 months to approve this kind of testing kits, but they actually approved it very quickly and therefore was available on the market. And this is again an example of a kit developed by Medical IP using AI medical image analysis and 3D printing. And let me show you another one. Oh, okay. So, and we move on. And so now I'm going to talk about how aggressive social contact tracing and social distancing policy was possible. Well, you have to go back a little bit back to Korea's history back in 2015, because back then we experienced another coronavirus outbreak called the MERS. And this created a lot of problem back then because of the lack of information and the very early policy confusion surrounding the dealing with the crisis. And so back then we learned 2 lessons: that we need central control and a commanding center in dealing with and absorbing the information and coming up with effective responses. And that perhaps we might want to be a bit more loose or not less strict in regarding privacy issues. Back then, so the KCDC created what we now call the Emergency Operations Center, and the Prevention and Management of Infectious Disease was amended. This act was amended to allow greater authority for the public health authorities to obtain sensitive information in order to deal with crises such as COVID-19. So I'll just show you the actual article. So the Personal Information Protection Act was amended back then following the MERS crisis in 2015 to allow greater authority to investigate and collect individual informations for the temporary treatment of COVID-19 or a similar public health crisis. Let me move on. And I talked about a little bit the Emergency Operations Center that's currently operating the COVID-19 analysis support system. And the EOC uses smart city technology and big data analytics to deal with their daily tracking of patients and so on. And for the system to work properly, you need to have all sorts of information such as individual locational and travel data, medical records, the sex and age and nationality, et cetera, and et cetera. And this kind of information must be shared effectively among the public health agencies. And again, I just want to point out how there were some legal and institutional amendments to deal with this. The Act on Prevention and Management of Infectious Disease was amended to be able to give this power to EOC to collect such data. And this is a picture of how now information is collected among various government or related agencies, and how the KCDA, the KCDC, but now the KCDA acts as the control and command center in processing that type of information. Okay, so what now has changed with these type of institutional and legal changes to support the dealing with public health crisis is that before it took more than 24 hours to investigate such a potential case. Now it takes less than 10 minutes. And also accessing this information on the patient or the person now is automated thanks to AI and big data analytics. And before, we needed to contact each agency to collect information and to check all the facts, which created a lot of work overload. Now, the 28 agencies, they communicate and share information via this Emergency Operating Center. Again, I'm going to show you a little bit about a mobile application developed by the Korean government. This is used to monitor and track people that are required to self-quarantine. Here's another one. This is, again, I think this is given when you enter the country, where this mobile app actually assists you in self-diagnosis. And if you feel certain symptoms, you will input that information within the app, and then it will give you the information and assist you in contacting the relevant authorities and so on. This was also possible through help from the private sector. Hancom, which is an IT group in Korea, developed this free AI call center system based on voice recognition and analysis technology. And it provides this information and data that it collected is again shared with the relevant government agencies as well. And the Korea Center for Disease Control and Prevention Call Center that is operated by the KCDA does all this wonderful work. Now, because I'm lacking in time, I'll just continue. And again, another legal amendments to help assist the authorities to collect and disseminate information via our mobile platforms. And this was possible because many private companies using this open data helped and assisted the government. This is an example of the early stages where we had a shortage of masks. The private sector companies developed this apps to track where the masks are available and how people can buy and purchase these apps. So this is actually a small image, picture that shows how it was done. And providing this open government data through portals like the Health Insurance Review and Assessment Service, Ministry of Foreign Affairs, the Ministry of Health and Welfare, and so on. And they provided different types of information depending on the relevant authorities that they had. And again, these data processing sets developed by private companies. So I think I come to my conclusion. So why were we so successful? I think the first thing I want to point out was that experience in 2015 was a landmark because that set us up for the institutional foundation for future such public health outbreaks. And early, very aggressive preemptive action, which was accepted and supported by the majority of the public, was also very helpful. And again, the role of government leadership and policy cannot be overemphasized. But mostly important, the government has been very much transparent in informing the public about the measures that they have been taken. And this transparency actually created trust in the government's policy. And therefore, you see this very remarkable public support for the government public policy measures in dealing with the COVID-19. There have been, last note, have been concerns about privacy infringements recently, and therefore the KCDA has amended its operating procedures a bit to adjust the collection of personal information in dealing with the COVID-19 patient tracking. These I could talk in the Q&A sessions. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Kang. Due to time constraint, I'm very sorry and I have to close this session, but I'm very confident as we have arrived at the same goal and same mission and same values from the lessons learned as out of the three countries representing East Asia and Japan and Hong Kong, South Korea. So I think the well connected with the democracy and public governance and citizen engagement and the inclusive society and the digital technologies can be more the critical tool that empowering the new forms of our digital governance and digital society. And also the digital or the technology can mitigate the fallout crisis on our citizens and the businesses. The brilliant and discussion, so the three brilliant and presentations will be very resourceful to our understanding and the initiative in the coming future, in the coming years, in response to the COVID-19 pandemic. Thank you very much and wish you best of luck. Thank you.
That concludes today's panel discussion session. Finally, for our closing remarks, let me introduce Professor Chung Go, Director of NUS Institute for the Public Understanding of Risk, Professor Kim So-young, Director of KAIST Policy Center for the Fourth Industrial Revolution, and finally, Professor Kim Jung-ho, Director of KAIST Global Institute. First of all, I'd like to turn the floor over to Professor Chung Go. Professor, are you there?
Yes, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yes, thank you very much.
Great. Yeah, good. Can I start?
Yes, yes, please.
Good afternoon, good evening, or good morning, depending on where you are. We have come to the end of Risk Quotient 2020. First, let me thank all the speakers for their welcome remarks, keynote and invited presentations, as well as the panel discussions. Thanks for sharing with us your views on the impact of this COVID-19 pandemic and how we can navigate in this challenging time and beyond. Thanks to all the chairs for doing a great job in conducting the panel discussions and keeping to the very tight schedule we had, and many others who have contributed to this event. We must also thank all the participants and viewers for joining this conference. Some of them on YouTube, but the others are physically in the event venue. Our special thanks go to Professor So Young Kim, Dr. Cornelius Kalensi, Dr. Moonjun Im, and their colleagues for all the wonderful efforts in making this conference a reality, despite all the challenges that come with this COVID-19. Last October, I was in KAIST to attend the opening ceremony of the Korea Policy Center for the Fourth Industrial Revolution. Over a sumptuous Korean dinner, Professor Kim and I had a discussion on co-organizing the Risk Quotient Conference in 2020, which is in fact the third edition, as mentioned by my colleague, Professor Leong, earlier in her welcome remark. It was supposed to be, of course, a physical event, and I was really looking forward to visiting South Korea again this year. Little did we know that the world would have become completely different a few months later. The COVID-19 pandemic has dramatically impacted our lives in many ways. It changed the way we work, learn, commute, and socialize. It's truly a brave new world now. It has also accelerated the use of 4IR technologies to cope with this crisis, such as digital transformation, online education, work from home, and so forth, as we have heard from many speakers today. Thanks to my colleagues at IPUR who were busy taking notes in today's presentations and discussions. We will compile them in the conference summary report, which will be published online later. In the interest of time, I will just share 5 of the many takeaways based on what I learned today as follows. The 4IR technologies and digital innovations have been deployed urgently and in fact somewhat hastily to mitigate the disruption and damage from COVID-19 pandemic. For example, we have to work from home, we have to conduct online education, hybrid conference like this, home delivery of food and daily goods, etc. have to be used. The deployment is not merely a technological issue. There are many other aspects which we have to pay attention to, such as improved public understanding of risk, and having transparency and having reliable sources of information based on science are required to gain the support from public members in tackling this crisis. Third point is that while technologies are useful, the pandemic has also accelerated the risk, or increased the risk rather, that come with the hasty adoption of some of the 4IR technologies, such as some speakers shared earlier, the concerns on data privacy in the use of AI and data analytics for surveillance, as well as an increase in cyber attacks. Point number 4 I have is that it is indeed a challenging task to address the trade-off between managing public health risk, which is important, and at the same time achieving economic well-being. In this regard, strong actions and cooperations are required at the global, national, and even local levels, such as sharing of big data and research findings. Lastly, we also have to address systemic inequalities in digital access and digital competency, as well as socio-economic consequences such as underemployment, which will only get worse if the pandemic drags on. Skill training and reform of education will be needed. So there's indeed plenty to reflect upon. Thanks again to all the speakers. IPUR started the Risk Quotient series as a platform to help people understand risk better. If this conference has in any way enhanced our individual understanding and collective actions in managing the pandemic risks, then this conference can truly be said to be a success in some way. Before I end my closing remarks, I would like to mention another risk conference that is coming up. It is called Understanding Risk Forum 2020, or UR 2020 in short. This is co-organized by IPUR and a World Bank's unit called Global Facility for Disaster Reduction and Recovery. And this will take place in about a month from now on December 1st to 3rd online. We hope that you'll be able to join this virtual conference, which will cover how we can harness technologies to better manage and mitigate global disasters, such as this pandemic crisis, as well as other disasters like climate change. Finally, once again, thanks to everyone who contributed to this conference in one way or another. Hope to see you again online, or better still, face-to-face in another event in the not too distant future. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. On behalf of my staff at Korea Policy Center for the Fourth Industrial Revolution, working several months into the conference, I'd like to thank all the viewers of the conference watching from South Korea, Singapore, and other countries. And also special thanks are due to our distinguished guests and speakers and panelists for their very insightful and informative comments and talks. And also I'd like to thank again our great collaboration partner, NUS IPR, led by Professor Ko. Written at the outset of the Great Depression, this science fiction, Brave New World, foresaw an impending reality of a worldwide aggravation of human suffering. The author, Aldous Huxley, British philosopher and novelist, depicted a dystopia where technologies could be brave to destroy humanity. In the novel, humans are genetically engineered into a very strict social hierarchy, and people are made artificially to be happy with no free will. However, technologies can be also brave to save humanity, as we have been witnessing in the current pandemic crisis, which is for sure to become another once-in-a-century crisis. The assemblage of fourth industrial revolution technologies such as AI, blockchain, IoT, drones, or precision medicine, you just name it, are all put into use not only to enhance consumer satisfaction or experience, but also to save human lives at the same time, and also help us make a living at this critical juncture of life and livelihood that every country is grappling with. Which side of Janus phase the technologies to turn up? It all depends on how we leverage the beauty of technologies while taming the beast of technologies, so that we can prevent a situation where technologies developed or applied to control or manage a risk becomes a risk itself. I just expect and also hope that all the great presentations and discussions we had today will contribute to our search for a prosperous, equitable, and peaceful world, all of which requires a very, very vigorous development of actionable policy ideas, and also the effective mobilization of key resources to implement them. And finally, very close interactions of the academia and policy-making communities as well as industries. For constant innovations in this very hard time, I'd like to thank everyone for all the great work done for this conference, and also hope everyone just to stay safe and healthy in this crisis. Thank you.
Thank you. As we have heard from today's distinguished speakers from Singapore, China, Japan, and Korea, the COVID-19 pandemic is not only causing unimaginable pain and death across the world, it is also fueling the 4IR, which is fundamentally reshaping every aspect of the world. Accordingly, ongoing fast-paced digital transformations have the power and scale to positively and negatively influence almost all social domains. This unprecedented power has resulted in ongoing debate on the right way to build inclusive and sustainable economies on the foundation of 4IR. Also, we have to mitigate the negative impact and threats that this technology poses to humanity. In today's online conference, our speakers shared deep insights and experiences critical to building a better, brave new world for humanity's future. I sincerely thank the speakers for the wisdom they have shared with us today. I also thank our guests who have joined us in person and virtually from around the world. I wish to end my remarks by thanking speakers, sessions chairs, moderators, conference organizers, and all the participants for all your efforts to make this conference a great success. Your contributions are critical to building a better world for humanity. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for wonderful closing remarks. I think we are very punctual. So now we're approaching 5 p.m. in Korea. So I think we had wonderful discussions today. So I'd like to just give a very short closing remark. First of all, thank you very much for our tremendous speakers today. We really appreciate your time and contribution. And also, more importantly, a huge thanks to the audience watching online today this conference. The Risk Quotient 2020 is co-hosted by NUS Institute for the Public Understanding of Risk and the KAIST Korea Policy Center for the Fourth Industrial Revolution. Again, thank you very much, Professor Chan-gi Go, and also Chung-ho Kim and So-young Kim for your excellent leadership for organizing this such great event. And also, very special thanks to the staff here in KAIST for your great contribution. I believe this conference and forthcoming research collaboration between two institutes will help you and also all stakeholders further develop the digital strategy as well as the risk assessment framework in this post-COVID-19 era. An inclusive and multi-stakeholder approach will be crucial in minimizing the risk and also maximizing the potential of digital innovation. We look forward to meeting you all soon for the next conference. Until then, stay safe. Thank you very much.